all our dignitaries on the dais and all the delegates on the first day of this two-day national seminar on democratic decentralization in the Northeast India, an analytical study of the working of Panchayati Raj institutions and autonomous district councils in Manipur. I thank each and every one of you being here with us today. Without further delay, let's get started this event by ceremonial lamp lighting, and I request our chief guest of honor, functional president, convener and principal of this college for the ceremonial lamp lighting. Just as the lamp lights up everything around it, may this event also illuminate our mind and inspire us to arise, awake and reach our full potential. Proceeding on to the next part of our program. Prayer is not asking. Prayer is putting oneself in the hands of the God. May I now have the honor to invite respected Reverend V. Sidlow on stage for the invocation prayer, and I request the audience to rise up for the prayer.
Almighty God, our Heavenly Father, how we thank you and praise you, O Lord, for giving us this wonderful opportunity to come together and have seminar on democratic decentralization in Northeast India in this very place of Presidency College, Morpung. Lord, we thank you for bringing us this wonderful. So whatever we do and whatever we have in this seminar, Lord, may be the glory of your name. As we begin our programs, we dedicate and hand over everything unto your mighty hand. We pray all these things in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
To welcome is to establish integrity. May I now have the honor to invite on stage our very own principal, Sir Dr. S. Kipgen, to greet us with the welcome address, which will be followed by the presentation of dignitaries by the convener and principal of this college.
Beloved and our Honorable Chief Guest, Pu Gautam, IAFS, of course now retired, and our respected and eminent professor, who is the guest of honor, Professor Zedongel, and our respected professor, Professor Royal Singh from Nehru, and who Reverend Sidlow, and other eminent professors, learned scholars, participants coming from outside, and beloved faculty members of both the colleges, Osis College and Presidency College, and then faculty members of both the colleges. You know, Osis College and Presidency College becomes two popular collaborative partners now. Okay, that's one thing, and we have been collaborating, and in the past also we have been organizing this kind of seminar, faculty development program, and maybe more is likely to come up also in future. Let's hope for that. And then I would say it gives me immense pleasure to extend a warm and sincere welcome to all of you for this two-day National Seminar on Democratic Decentralization in the Northeast, a study on the working of Panchayati Raj institutions and the autonomous district councils. At the outset, I express my deep gratitude to our esteemed chief guests and all the invited dignitaries for gracing this occasion with their presence. Your participations and insights will undoubtedly enrich our discussion and inspire meaningful deliberation during the seminar. You know, democratic decentralization lies at the heart of the inclusive governance. The Panchayati Raj systems embodies the very spirit of grassroots democracy, ensuring that governance moves closer to the people. In the context of the Northeastern region, where social, cultural, and geographical diversity defines everyday life, the functioning of Panchayati Raj institutions takes on special significance. This seminar provides a timely platform to examine and reinterpret how decentralization strengthens democracy and empowers local communities. Over the next 2 days, we will hear from scholars and practitioners who have studied and engaged with these issues in depth. I am confident that the exchange of ideas here will help generate new perspectives and practical pathways to foster participatory governance in the region. I heartily congratulate the organizing committee under the able leadership of Dr. Thatam. I used to call him, he is a seminar organizing specialist. So he has been, having a lot of experience in organizing seminars, even in university level. And I have been fortunate to participate in his organized seminars. I have presented papers so many times. And there's one thing. And faculty and non-faculty members of both the Presidency and Overseas College and student volunteers for their dedications and sincere efforts in making this seminar possible. Once again, I welcome each one of you. I wish this seminar great success and look forward to fruitful discussions and constructive outcomes that contribute to academic scholarship and nation building. This is our college, and this college lies in the heart of our village, in the district, and it is your college, it is my college. Please feel free, feel at home, and if there is any shortcoming, limitations on our part, please bear with us. So please enjoy the discussion, please take active part, and I wish you all the best. Thank you, have a nice day.
Now I request our principal sir and the convener of this seminar to do the facilitation of the dignitaries on the dais. Proceeding to the next part of our program, it will be a keynote address by Professor Kampan Swan Housing. Sir will be joining us online. Professor Kampan Swan Housing is a professor, former head of Department of Political Science at the University of Hyderabad. He earned his Master, MPhil and PhD degree from the Center for Political Studies at JNU Delhi. His areas of interest include federalism, nationalism, ethnic conflicts, Indian politics and Northeast India. And he has published a huge number of research papers on both national and international journals. Professor Housing was awarded the T.N. Chaturvedi Award 2016 for the best article published in the Indian Journal of Public Administration in 2016 for his article titled Multiculturalism and Intercultural Dialogue in Northeast Region of India.
Let me first of all thank the organizer of this seminar who invited me. And I would like to send my greetings to the chief guests, to our colleague, to Gautam, and to Royal Housing and other distinguished gatherings today for having me on this very auspicious as well as timely intervention, which I hope would illuminate our understanding of a very pertinent issue of our time, which is decentralization. So what I intend to do in this keynote address is reflect some of the ideas, issues, and debates surrounding decentralization, and then draw a typology of decentralization in Northeast India and come up with some lessons that might be learned from Northeast Indian experience and beyond. So one of the things that we talk about when we talk about decentralization, in which there is a kind of agreement between different levels of the polity to kind of decentralize powers across the multi-level political system in ways that entrench powers, so that these powers would give delimited jurisdiction for its specific levels of the polity, which may not be transgressed upon except mutual consent or mutual agreement. The second way in which decentralization is seen is also to see it from the administrative perspective as devolution of powers in ways that makes the administration more effective, efficient, as well as efficacious. And that is precisely where we also draw a line of distinction between decentralization, devolution, as well as the concentration. So although the source of devolution of powers stem from the decentralized political system, the devolution or the deconcentration of powers that goes down to the subordinate levels of the polity need not necessarily be constitutionally entrenched. They can flow from statutes, from other governmental orders at the different levels of the polity in ways that make it not as embedded or as entrenched as the overarching framework of decentralization entails. So in that sense, decentralization also entails different degrees of power sharing or power deconcentration to the subordinate level of the political system. And the third way, which is also implicated in this idea of decentralization, is the idea of subsidiarity, the idea that the local knows best, right? And the principle that local communities for which administrative or for that matter political decentralization are tailored would have effective voice and agency, not only at the level of policy formulation, but also at policy implementation stage, in ways that empower them and give them effective voice in the decision-making process. If you look at the existing literature on decentralization around the world, one of the ways in which decentralization is seen is to establish a kind of a correlation between the level of identification of people at the provincial level or with the central level. So the kind of nexus between this, or the trade-off of this correlation between people at the subnational, that is at the state or provincial level, would inevitably amount to more decentralized political system. The stronger the identification with the subnational unit, the more decentralized the polity will be. And the more people at the provincial or at the state level think that it is not the provincial or the subnational government which is more efficacious or more effective in delivery of service and goods to the local communities, you tend to have centralization. And these are some of the important insights that we can glean from comparative political studies on decentralization around the globe. So what is the implication of this? The implication of this is that there is a kind of assumption that this trade-off between the level of identification is something which is universal. But recent studies and scholarship suggest that this relationship or co-relationship of peoples identified with the provincial or the central level is uneven, and they may vary from one political unit to another. One striking example of this, that is cited in the existing literature in recent time, for example, in Canada, the Quebecois have strong identification with their provincial government and therefore demand more decentralized or asymmetrical federal powers from the central government. But a new set of provinces like Newfoundland, for example, need not necessarily have the same level of identification with the provincial level of government, and therefore they would tend to believe in centralist intervention, especially in the delivery of services or goods like pension or educational or linguistic or other developmental needs at the state level. So, in that sense, the recent scholarship tends to nuance this by positing that the level of coordination may vary and they could be differentiated authority relationship between different levels of the polity, which need not be exhausted by the nature of relationship between people located at the provincial level, because people located at the provincial level might have differential, kind of affiliation with either the provincial or the central government, which have implications on the degrees of decentralization or centralization in these polities. In the Indian context, when you talk about decentralization, we largely see decentralization from the vantage point of the establishment of the panchayats or the municipalities, which the bureaucrat turned scholar Nirmal Mukherjee in the 1990s called it as the third stratum of government. And these are what we call in the literature as multi-level adaptation of the polity in ways that decentralize powers to the grassroots. But and this decentralization has a particular genealogy in the extensive community development programs launched in the early 1950s, which set up as a set of issues and debates surrounding the primacy of the locus of decentralization. So you have two very important central level commission constituted to look into these desirable locus of decentralization, whether it should be the Gram Sabha level or the village level, or whether it should be at the district level. And you'll see, for example, that the Balpondrai Mehta Commission or Committee Report of 1957 suggests that one of the best ways in which community development service could be effectively delivered to the local population is by activating or institutionalizing the Gram Sabha by involving substantial considerable powers and making the political system multi-level by establishing a three-tiered structure. And in that sense, decentralization would envision a formal or institutionalized mechanism of devolving powers which travel across the center, the state, and the village administrative level. But by 1977, this idea that the Gram Sabha ought to be the locus of decentralization was report, and the Ashok Mehta Committee report in 1977 come up with this alternative findings to suggest that it is not the Gram Sabha but the district level which ought to be a more effective and efficient locus of decentralization of power. And since then, I think the whole discourse or debate surrounding decentralization is around, empowering local governments and local communities in ways that they have effective control and decision-making powers on intimate matters affecting local communities across the multi-level political system, which, as we know, has been constitutionalized since the passage of the 73rd and the 74th Constitutional Amendment Act in 1993-1994, following the establishment of the Panchayats, which for the first time made universal the multi-level political system by empowering population at the rural areas through the Panchayat Raj, which is also a three-tier structure, and in the urban areas in the form of municipalities. My argument, however, is that to see decentralization strictly from this perspective is to miss out a far more, transformative structure of decentralization that was embedded at the very founding moments of India's constitution. And I argue that this could be, in effect, gleaned from the fact that the Bordelais Committee report, which was a subcommittee of the Advisory Committee on Fundamental Rights, on minorities and tribal communities in the Northwest as well as on the Northeast, of which the Bordelais Committee was a part, envisioned the 6 scheduled provisions which lays down the autonomous district council in the tribal areas of the erstwhile Assam hill areas. And I think beyond this experimentation, you have different generation of decentralization which can be seen in the form of what I call decentralization centered around the protection of land and resources, the kind of situation that prevails under Article 371A in the case of Nagaland, or Article 371Z in the case of Mizoram. And you also have at the mid-level of decentralization, the 6th schedule, right, which was originally encapsulated in the Bordelais Committee. And the third, of course, is what I call the devolutionary model, which obtains in the hill areas of Manipur under Article 371C, and the plain areas where you have 5 plains district council in those areas. So let me just quickly run through some of the key issues and important ideas that might be illustrative and instructive for the participant of seminars so that you can possibly deliberate on ways of making it more effective and efficacious. One is, if you look through the various models of decentralization or the different generations of decentralized political system that unraveled in the post-1950s in Northeast India, you can see that these decentralized models, although embedded constitutional powers, especially for district councils, are often limited as well as weak in the sense that they hardly envisage power sharing within and across tribal communities. And that remains one of the weakest link of autonomous district council. The second thing that can also be taken away, a key takeaway away from this would be in terms of the variegated nature and powers of this decentralized political system, where the powers develop themselves vary from time and as well as across region or across states. So you'll have some of these autonomous district councils which are endowed with around 26 powers in the case of Manipur hill areas, to 30 and 46, which is the maximum in Borderland territorial council. And you see that most of these are administrative in character, which are tailored to protect, in the case of Board and Territorial Council, the linguistic, socio-economic, developmental needs and aspirations of the border communities. One of the important gridlock, institutional gridlock or challenges facing this autonomous council is the idea of what is called in the literature as the three F's: funds, functionaries, as well as fundings. And you'll see that many of these, almost all of these autonomous councils, whether it is of the Bodoland Territorial Council type, or whether it is of the autonomous council in the plain areas of Assam or in the hill areas of Manipur, had consistently complained about the political neglect and discriminatory attitude in terms of their unwillingness or reluctance to devolve powers as well as to devolve funds on a timely basis. And you'll see that even in the case of the hill areas of Manipur, the original Act 1971 envisaged the devolution of powers, but many of these critical subjects, like for example, on forest, on sanitation, on public works, for example, had never been devolved. And when you have the second generation of district council in the hill area since 2015, as many as 17 of the 26 powers or subjects encapsulated in the amended Act of 2010 had never been devolved, which essentially reinforce the idea that these layered autonomy have consistently faced the problem of political unwillingness to share political power or decentralize those powers which ought to give effective voice and agency roles to local communities in ways that they're inside. The second important thing which I also think is important is the way decentralization reconfigured power relations within and across the decentralized body. And one of the ways that we encounter, especially in the hill areas of Manipur, is what S.K. Chobe at one point of time called the incompatibility between what he calls modern institution in the form of directly constituted district council on the one side and hereditary chieftaincy. Because of the differential logic of these two institutions at work, which often tend to collide rather than complement with one another, one of the challenges that we face is what does it have implications on the pattern of land ownership? Because after all, decentralization is not only about recognition of the distinctive needs and aspirations of local communities, it is also about this redistribution of the spoils of the state. It could also be land, it could also be resources, but the way in which the chieftainship continues to have autocratic overloads over the land system, possibly need rethink given the increasing peasantization of local communities. Given that what M.N. Karna has studied in the case of the 6 scheduled areas in Meghalaya or in Assam, there is a lot of what we call absentee chieftainship in the hill areas, which is a universal phenomenon across district council. How do you then address this issue of absentee chieftainship, which continue to have considerable power and continue to exercise rentier or extractive relationship with the village communities? And I think it is about time that we seriously look into some of these important issues of redistribution, because after all, if land and resources constitute a symbolic source of our identity politics as well as survival politics in the future, we have to substantively engage with this contentious relationship which entailed under the wings of the district council. So this power relationship, in effect, needs serious rethinking, and which I think has been conspicuous in terms of the existing literature engagement with how and ways, in what manners can local communities be empowered to have more effective decentralization at the local level. The third, of course, is the way in which inter-party or the state-society relationship shape the nature of decentralization. And I consider that this is also critical in assessing the degree of democracy or the culture of governance in this decentralized place. And one of the ways in which we can possibly look at very seriously and closely is the way in which we can possibly also see how inter-party or bipartisan politics sometimes hijack in the community developmental goals, whereby, for example, in the case of Manipur, the Hilly Race Committee and for that matter the district council members could not take solitary or unitary standpoint or unified stand on common public interest, precisely because of the fractional politics which continue to be deeply embedded in the inter-party relationship. Or how does, for example, majoritarianism implicate on actual, empowerment of local communities, possibly need to revisit it. I hope that this seminar will give us an important vista and an important opportunity across stakeholders, as well as intellectual, young and old, to deliberate seriously on the various and multifaceted dimension of what decentralization entails. And I wish the organizer and the participant of this conference best of luck and all the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you for your words. Thank you for enlightening us with your knowledge. It is now time for one of the most awaited moments of our program, that is the release of our college magazine book release, authored by Dr. Onhulun Haukip. The book titled Kukite Chondan Le Khandan Holgilna, Kuki Customs and Culture, Critical Analysis. May I now humbly request our esteemed chief guest for today, Sri Sir Gautam Mukhopadhyay, to kindly grace the stage and officially release our college magazine and the book. Today's participant can get at rupees 500 for the book, and it can be purchased through Amazon and Flipkart. Thank you to our chief guest. We are so delighted to have you unveiling this treasure of thoughts and expressions, marking yet another milestone in our institution's journey. We are once again delighted and honored to have our chief guest for today, Sri Sir Gautam Mukhopadhyay. Sir is a retired Indian diplomat of the Indian Foreign Service who served as the Indian ambassador to Syria, Afghanistan, and Myanmar. He worked in the United Nations headquarters in New York as a consultant on social development. He joined the Center for Policy Research as a senior visiting fellow in June 2019 after a career in the Indian Foreign Service during which he served in various capacities in Indian embassies and missions in Mexico, Cuba, France, and the United Nations, the Ministry of Defense of India, and eventually as India's ambassador to Syria, Afghanistan, and Myanmar. He also reopened the Indian embassy in Kabul in November 2001. His current areas of interest at the center include Afghanistan and Myanmar, India's Act East policy, and regional cooperation involving South and Southeast Asia with a focus on Northeast India, on which he hopes to stimulate some policy work at the center. His other current affiliations include an association with the NITI Aayog, NITI Forum for the Northeast as an advisor, and a chair of a CII task force on economic ties with Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, and Vietnam, CLMV countries. May I now have the honor to call our respected chief guest on stage for the speech.
Very nice to be here. Congratulations to Presidency College as well as Oasis College for convening this very, very timely seminar on a very burning subject, not only for the country as a whole, but also for Manipur, and particularly for the Kuki-Zo community. But I would also like to acknowledge and thank the stimulating and very insightful keynote address just delivered by Professor Kamkhanswan Housing, and the presence of very many distinguished scholars, Reverend Sitlo, both on the dais as well as in the audience, and welcome all the participants and distinguished guests here today. I must start by saying that, and maybe I should also really acknowledge and thank the Northeast Council for supporting this seminar and for our ability to bring scholars from outside our Southern Hills region as well on this occasion. So let me just start by a little bit of a confession. I'm no expert on constitutional issues, I'm no expert on governance or decentralization, and I guess I have been invited to speak here as the guest of honor more for my larger sort of broader international experience and my career in the course of the diplomatic service. So my observations are largely going to be very broad brushstrokes. They're not going to be very detailed in fact. And in fact, some of them may be scattered, though I do think that they are linked by a kind of unifying theme, which is the theme of the seminar today, which is about decentralization, devolution, federalism, and whatever opposite forces there may be. So let me just start by making about 4 or 5 points eventually. One is, of course, what is the idea of India? What is the kind of India that we think of when we think of in India? Is it a kind of nation state? And the idea of a nation state is basically that you have one people and a political entity or a political embodiment of that one people. Or is India, really speaking, a plurality of peoples? And therefore the state should reflect that plurality of peoples. Obviously there was a tension in this at the time of the constitution framing itself, and the constitution found all kinds of attempts to balance the principle of a nation, the principle of a centralized state, and also the principle of diversity, cultural diversity, religious diversity, linguistic diversity. And subsequent history also showed that these, for example, there were never such things as linguistic states. And one of the forms in which identity was captured was through the evolution of the linguistic states. In Assam, you had, one state which then eventually you can say fragmented, but eventually reconfigured in the form of the Seven Sisters and the later incorporation of Sikkim. So this was a kind of evolutionary process that was happening organically from the ground. And so what we basically see is that, of course, there was always the idea of an Indian civilization. There was also an idea that this Hindu civilization was the weight of it, the anchor of this Hindu civilization, of this Indian civilization, was really what we used to call in antiquity, and since then, the Hindu civilization and the Buddhist civilization. But the fact is also that in due course, this came to be layered by many other influences. There were influences coming from immigrants from outside. Christianity came to India within the first century of the birth of Christ in Kerala. Later on, Islam came. Islam ruled, in a way, North India in particular, but also parts of South India for close to 800, 900 years in due course. And many others. And then, of course, the British came, and there was a layer of British influence as well coming with that. And there was never a clear territorial idea of India. And the territorial idea of India was in fact an inheritance of the colonial state, the colonial history that we had. So in a way, the construction of the modern idea of India that is embodied in the map of India was partly a function of civilization, partly a function of geography, but also partly a function of historical experience. It is this historical experience, mediated through the anti-colonial struggle, mediated through colonialism itself, and the frontiers that colonialism drew for India, that provided the framework for India. And in effect, what it meant was that anybody who belonged to that frontier, to that map, to that border, was an Indian. Anybody who was outside that border, in fact, was not going to be an Indian. And this, of course, conflicts in many ways with an opposite tendency, which is the fact that while there was a dominant culture, while there was a dominant civilization, there were always parts of India that were, in a way, out of the mainstream. There were the tribals in the heart of India, and there were other tribals and other peoples on the border zones. And those on the border zones were not confined by the line of the map or the line of the boundary. They spilled over onto other sides. And so there was always this tension not only between a kind of nation state and the plurality of peoples, but also the fact that it was not a neat state. If you're talking about people representing the nation, then some people, and in fact most people, you would even argue that the Hindus and the Buddhists, with their roots in India, actually spilled over across this particular boundary. So there was a little bit of a tension on that. So the answers are not sort of black and white, and I think we are still in a process of negotiation about these definitions. But I would argue that, and it's sort of useful to sort of reflect back onto the evolution of the nation state. The evolution of the nation state really took place in Europe. And the evolution of the nation state was always accompanied by, generally accompanied by wars. As distinct elements of the nation state asserted themselves and pronounced themselves as nations, let's say the French decided they were a nation, or the Germans decided they were a nation, the Italians decided they were a nation, and those of you who read a bit of European history will follow what I'm saying. But there was also the fact that many peoples could not be contained by the nation state. So you have countries like Belgium without a clear identity, without a clear definition that they constitute, and they actually constituted by Flemish and the French. Or you have places like Spain, which have the Basques and the Catalans who are part of them. So, and the worst examples in some ways are the Soviet Union. So what you had, for example, was in the Soviet Union, you had an expansionist socialist state that immersed and incorporated lots of other ethnicities, cultures, like the Central Asian cultures, like many of the other cultures in the Far East. Similarly, there were many other places where there were centrifugal forces. For example, we are still seeing the ripple effects of that in Serbia, what was former Yugoslavia. Former Yugoslavia has now broken up into Serbia, Croatia, Slovenia, Bosnia, Kosovo. And as you know, many of these were accompanied by very vicious wars, even genocides that accompanied them. So there's always been a tension between centralization and decentralization. And I would say that the whole idea of a nation state is basically majoritarian. The idea of a nation state builds itself into it the notion that one community is dominant, or certain communities are dominant, and certain communities remain outside it and are marginalized and have to be somehow accommodated or subjugated. And you know, this is what we have been seeing in the course of history of India as well. So, then I'd like to turn to one other point, is what has been the course of this evolution, of this tension between centralization and decentralization. And Professor Kamkan Singh made some important distinctions between decentralization and devolution. And I would also say that there are big issues relating to federalism and the center-state relations. So the question is often asked, what is India? Is it a unitary state? Is it a federal state? Is it a federal state with unitary characteristics, or a union of states with federal characteristics? And I would say by and large, over the period of our post-independence history, we have evolved more and more towards a union of states with some federal characteristics. But although there have been trends towards decentralization and devolution, for example, the 73rd and 74th Constitution Amendment bills, although there have been trends towards federalism in the form of the number of states and union territories that have expanded. For example, at the time of independence, we were, I think, about 15 states. Now we are nearly 30 states and UTs. So actually, the growth of states and union territories has been part of our evolution as a nation. And there has been absolutely no case where a state that has been created out of, let's say, another state has actually reversed. In other words, that experiment in our history has worked. So people who talk about integrity of a particular state miss this point, that there is simply no provision in the Constitution for the integrity of a particular state. And in fact, Article 3 of the Constitution enables and allows for the merger or demerger or creation of separate states and union territories. And what we have seen over the course of our history, in particular, has been a growing trend towards centralization. Even when we talk about cooperative federalism, in fact, that cooperative federalism has translated in many areas into a double-engine sarkar. And that it is the cooperation that is emphasized less than the federation. So this is a general trend, and of course this has implications for us, because it is also sometimes a kind of policy statement. Now, having made those points, I just want to reflect a little on what is happening in our immediate neighborhood and what implications or what examples or what lessons they can hold for us. Next door to us we have Myanmar. Myanmar gained independence roughly at the same time as us in 1948. When Myanmar gained independence, it had a very similar structure to India, in the sense that you had a part of Myanmar, like India, that was governed directly by the colonial state, and then you had a part of Myanmar, like in India, who were basically left to the princely states. Similarly, Myanmar also had the hill areas that were largely left to their own governance, although they had a political agent like they had here as well. And you had a plains area that was directly ruled and governed by the British colonial government. Post-independence, of course, we were remarkably successful in the consolidation and the reintegration of states through the efforts of Prime Minister Nehru, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, and B.P. Menon, who was his main sort of official dealing with this. And so we were able to integrate and consolidate the Indian nation state as one. In Myanmar, this did not happen. And although Myanmar was born as a democratic state in 1948, by 1962 there was a military coup, and the military coup asserted total control over the country, partly because they felt that the hill areas, that the ethnic states were tending to rebel and break apart. So in order to hold them together, the military took control of the state. Both tried to centralize the state, and in an attempt to centralize the state, actually resorted to greater and greater dictatorship, greater and greater identification with religion and ethnicity, the Burma ethnicity and the Buddhist religion, in trying to define Myanmar as a nation state built largely on majoritarian principles and ideas. And they were obviously, this was not a satisfactory solution, because the first opposition to it was, of course, in 1962. Second major opposition to it was in 1988, when the pro-democracy agitation took root, led or at least embodied internationally by Aung San Suu Kyi, who is still in jail in Myanmar. But even the 1988 coup, the protests, they were largely in the heartland, in the Burma heartland, and they were largely a movement against dictatorship towards democracy. What we saw in 2021 was something else. In 2015, under the new 2010 constitution, Myanmar held generally free and fair elections. In that free and fair elections, Aung San Suu Kyi's party, the NLD, won the absolute majority in spite of the fact that 25% of the seats were reserved for the military, and managed to rule for one term from 2015 to 2020. But when the 2020 elections were held, they returned with a similar majority. And the Myanmar army at that point reasserted control, conducted the coup, took all power in its hands, partly on the grounds that democracy would lead to the balkanization of the Myanmar state. And therefore, in order to prevent the balkanization of the Myanmar state, they had to reassert control, they had to re-centralize, and they had to prevent this kind of, centrifugal forces that were going to take the country apart. Now, that is not entirely true, but that's not going to be the subject of my talk, the remaining part of my talk. What I want to say is that now, after 4.5 years, something like 60%, if not more, of Myanmar is in rebel hands or in opposition hands. Many of them in the hands of the armed opposition, many of them in the hands of ethnic groups. In other words, the Kachin, the Chin, the Karenni, the Karen, the Shan, and other ethnic groups in all over Myanmar. And even 4.5 years of intense suppression of these armed groups have not succeeded. But more importantly, for the purposes of our seminar, is the fact that in many of these places, they have set up their own internal, decentralized, organic models of government and democratic models of government. And right next door in Chin State, there are very interesting experiments taking place. It's also true for areas of Karenni state, typically small states, where districts have formed their own models of representative government. So you have elections at the village level who elect their own chiefs, or own representatives, and then a cluster of villages, and they appoint their own administrative heads. The administrative heads are like a government cabinet, and then through a kind of electoral college, they elect their own township administrators. And there is a separation of the armed cadres, that means the people who are involved in the defense, or let's say the security vis-a-vis the central forces, and those who are in control of the civilian government. And there's a kind of mutual understanding and mutual respect that they will not impinge on each other. So there is a lot to be learned in the negative sense, the dangers of the over-centralization, which creates the kind of condition for what is happening in Myanmar today, but also a very positive example, which I think is more commensurate with Asian states. One result of the nation state in the West has been that nation states have become much more uniform, much more monolithic. Fit this idea of a palimpsest that we have, and what kind of nation state can accommodate this palimpsest of diversity and variety. And and we are still struggling with that. And people don't fully appreciate that in Myanmar, democracy sometimes has got a bad name because of the overt and active activism of the West as missionaries for democracy. But what is happening in Myanmar today is actually an entirely organic, internal, indigenous, autonomous movement towards both federalism and democracy. And it's an incomplete work. There are many things left to be done, but real issues about different division of powers between center and state, division of resources between center and state, division of finances between centers and states, the equality between the ethnic peoples and the majority people. Inside the states, the demand or the desire for democratization, how this is being reflected in different models. And in the whole of Myanmar now, you have a different model for a different area. So it's like a multiplicity of models. And a lot of people are scared that a multiplicity of models means the breakup of a state, that there's going to be chaos and confusion. But there is no real movement towards balkanization, towards the breaking up of the Myanmar state. Even all these ethnic states want to remain part of the Union of Burma. But what they want is a redefinition of powers between the center and the state, and also a recalibration of relations between the state and their own people. So I think these are some of the lessons that we can draw both from history as well as from our neighborhood as we continue our deliberations. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing us your ideas, your views. I hope the audience also feels empowered. Your inspiring words will always motivate us, sir. Once again, we express our deepest gratitude to our chief guest for today, Sir Sri Gautam Mukhopadhyaya. A big round of applause for him once again. Next, I am so honored and privileged to introduce our respected guest of honor for today's program, respected Professor Jae Dong-yeol. He is a professor of political science and director of the IQSC at Mizoram University. He completed a prestigious Fulbright Nehru Academic and Professional Excellence Fellowship Program in the Department of Political Science, University of Cincinnati, Ohio, USA in 2021. His areas of His areas of specialization are Autonomous District Council, Local Government, and Northeast Studies. May I now invite Sir to deliver his speech.
Gautam Mukhopadhyaya, Functional President, Professor Royal Hang Sing, Principal of the College, Dr. Sekhol Kipken, and Convener of the Seminar, Dr. Thatang Baipe, dear faculty, students, ladies and gentlemen. I feel really privileged to stand before you as guest of honor today, and we'll be deliberating on democratic decentralization in Northeast, specifying on working of PRI and ADC for 2 days. And we know India is now stressing, and India is now extremely popularizing Viksit Bharat 2047. But there are certain things which are required for this Viksit Bharat. One is democratic decentralization. One of the most important aspects for achieving Viksit Bharat is democratic decentralization. Because so long as villages are not developed, so long as villages are not electrified, So long as villages are cut off from good roads, so long as villages are cut off from basic necessities of life, India will never be in the group of G7, G8 country. Because of that, Viksit Bharat can be achieved only through democratic decentralization. And other than that, we know Indian political system is founded on one rigid principle even from before independence: unity in diversity. So without unity in diversity, Viksit Bharat also will never be achieved. Why? Because India is a multicultural society, India is a subcontinent, and we know there are diverse nationalities, diverse ethnic groups, and diverse tribes and communities in India. And taking into account for the population as a whole, Hindu is the large majority, constituting more than 80% of the population, and Muslim is the largest minority. But we should know that India has the second largest Muslim population after Indonesia. India has more Muslim than Pakistan, India has more Muslim population than Bangladesh, and India has more Muslim population than all the Arab countries. That means if the communities do not live in peace and tranquility, then there will be no communal harmony, there will be problems of administration, many good infrastructures and many good developments may be built. But if there is communal problem, tension and riots, all those development work will be destroyed within a night. Because of that, for that other than democratic decentralization, this unity in diversity is a must for India, without which India cannot achieve this Viksit Bharat. Then why democratic decentralization is important? In the Constitution of India, in Article 40, Panchayati Raj has been mentioned in Directive Principles of State Policy. But this Directive Principles of State Policy, it is only an assignment to the state. That means if Parliament does not enact it in the form of law, it cannot be implemented. And even in the Constituent Assembly, there was a heated debate. Some members of the Constituent Assembly were in favor of Panchayati Raj, but many, they were against it. But as a mark of respect to the father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhiji, it was incorporated in Article 40 of the Constitution of India. And as I've said, Directive Principles of State Policy means assignment which has been kept to be fulfilled by the state afterwards. And the state fulfilled it in 1993 in the form of Constitution 73rd Amendment Act. And along with that, for urban area, Constitution 74th Amendment Act has been enacted. And along with that, Panchayati Raj has been enforced, except in the state of Mizoram, Nagaland, Meghalaya, then hill areas of Manipur. And that is the condition. So Panchayati Raj, and it also has been extended in 5th schedule area. That means schedule area, tribals in mainland area who are under 5th schedule to the Constitution of India under Article 2442, Clause 2. And for that also, those tribals in mainland India, they were excluded from this Panchayati Raj. But even in that area, it was extended through PISA, Panchayat Extension in Scheduled Area, way back in 1996. And now, Panchayati Raj, it is moving on the right track. And with regard to this Autonomous District Council, and this Autonomous District Council, particularly in the 6th schedule, in Article 244, Clause 2 and 275, Clause 1, it has been incorporated. And why these tribals in undivided Assam, tribals in Assam at that time, we are provided with these privileges. The reason being, tribals were provided with these privileges to enable to govern them, to protect their ethnic identity, custom, cultural tradition, their environment, and also to do some development work. And in this regard, I would like to focus on one specific area today. That means in 6th schedule in paragraph 3, subparagraph 1b, that means ADC have been given the power to manage forest and environment. And environment preservation has been given great importance to those ADC under 6th schedule. And why this has been done? Because tribals from olden days, whether Naga group or Kuki group, they are very conscious in preserving environment. And that preservation of environment seems to be diluted in this present age. So, are we aware of our environment? We are not doing certain things which we can do and we have to do at the local level. Preservation of forest. Without forest, our future is lost. If we burn down forest, we burn down our future. And if we destroy forest, natural resources, we destroy our future. And over and above that, in every local level, in every village level, we can take steps for preservation of this forest and environment and to maintain cleanliness in our locality. So, I have been in Mizoram for 27 years now. I was working in college, government college for 14 years, and now in university, I am 14 years running. So, out there in Mizoram, civic sense has been imparted by YMA and in every institution also. You may not find people simply throwing paper and dirty things on the road, because this civic sense, in every local level from village level, we can impart this. And this morning, I had one very bad experience while I went for morning walk. At around 6:30, I went to that Goon Bridge, that side, and one man was riding two-wheeler, and he brought one sack, bora, and that was full of old, unwanted, dirty things. Then he openly threw it from the bridge on the river. So if instead of preserving our river, if we throw away all the dirty things in the river, what will be our future? That really shocked me, what I saw this morning. I was looking at that man. And what I would like to tell is that this is what we are practicing now. Why don't we stop at the local level? At least to preserve our environment, to make our environment clean, and to start planting trees in every village. Because even when we will be talking about preservation of land, achieving this homeland or whatever it is, but if we keep on destroying our forest environment, and if we do not do our duty, what is our future? Our future is at stake. Because of that, while deliberating on this democratic decentralization for 2 days and focusing on this government at the village level and district level, whatever option which is given to us, why don't we take steps? Let's take steps, and from every level, let's try to make our environment clean, and let's have new ideas to make our area green again, forest again. Why don't we revive the environment awareness which our forefathers, our traditional administration of chieftainship had before? We call ourselves intellectual in the 21st century, but we do not reach even the stage, the idea, or the environment awareness of our forefathers before 18th century. I think we have a lot to do in this regard. And I hope that this 2 days deliberation on democratic decentralization will be a success. Thank you.
Now, I'm so honored and privileged to introduce our functional president for today's program, Professor Sir Royal Hang Sing. He is a professor at the Department of Library and Information Science, Northeastern Hill University. Sir areas of interest are leadership studies, media content analysis, LIS education and indigenous knowledge, and Sir has a huge number of research publications at both national and international seminar. May I now invite Sir for the speech.
Our distinguished guests, who Gautam Mukhopadhyay, former diplomat, whom I refer to him, call him as Agam Mukho. I'm happy that we could share the dais today, and my friend Professor J. Domel, who have a wide experience, particularly in higher education and academics, on various capacity, and then the Reverend V.C. Paul. We have been exchanging Bible verse every morning, and then the principal, Dr. Sepu, who is a close friend of mine, and the organizer, Dr. Thatang, whom I have known him for donkey years now. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity and having me. As the compare have read out, I'm no expert in Panchayati Raj or Autonomous District Council or the 6th Schedule or the Constitution, but I'm very thankful that I could be here in Presidency College today after so many years, and I couldn't help recall the founder, the late Pu Henkulin Sidho, whom I have past associations with him. He, in fact, he could not be, he is not only the founder of this college, but also a pioneer in education right from the high school to the college level. He founded Motum High School, Presidency College, Mount Olivet also, and then Damde Christian College. Even though he is not with us, his younger brother, Reverend V. Sidho, is with us. I feel so warm that I feel that with the presence of his younger brother, that the founder, Pu Henkulin Sidho, is also in our midst. I want to share a small, experience I had with the late founder of this college. We went to Imphal, and we have to, those days there are rickshaws. I don't know if it's still there. Those rickshaws are there, that manual rickshaws are there. And the seat is not so big, probably is this big only. And two of us have to sit on the rickshaws. So he is also a hefty man like me, and we put one side of our butts in the rickshaw and the other side is on the side of those rickshaws. I mean, why I mention that is that Pu Henkulin, not only he is a pioneer and way ahead of many of us, but he is also a very down-to-earth person, with whom he don't mind sharing things, his thoughts with him. I can speak about him so many things, but then since it is not today, since today is not Founders Day, I just mentioned because I can't help, I've become even emotional that I'm back to this college. So, our past speakers have deliberated quite well in the topic that we have chosen. And then I won't stand so long. I won't stand long between you and the lunch, so mine will be very brief. I mean, as the past speakers have said, it gives Panchayati Raj or Autonomous District Council has give power to the people. In a sense, it carries the true nature of democracy, where every citizen is a partaker of the administration. If democracy is to be pursued and sustained, local self-government in the form of panchayat or ADC is probably is a must. Now, I'm more concerned about ADC because this is what directly applies to me as a tribal of Manipur. ADC, I think District Council or the 6th schedule is supposed to reduce alienation by allowing legislation of not only custom, land and resources. This allows the people at the grassroots level to participate in the democratic process. So that makes them feel inclusive to the Indian democracy. So if we have to use the word, in Article 371A, that is the Nagaland model, resources over and above the earth's surface belongs to the tribals. So this is a very important, interesting definition. And in Manipur, of course, I really don't know whether this is ADC or something else, because it can be, when elections cannot be, ADC elections can be stopped for so many years. I don't think the existence itself is so important or is not taken so seriously. Now, if we take Meghalaya, for example, Meghalaya ADC, I think we all look at them, the 6th schedule implementation in Meghalaya. Everybody envy the Meghalaya model, but then Meghalaya also has its own problem. One of the main problems is that ADC is supposed to recognize the culture and custom of the indigenous people or the tribal people, but in Meghalaya there is a problem. There is overlapping between ADC and the CMC. CMC is something which is slightly bigger than the chieftainship, and it is slightly lower than a king. So there is always a contradiction between these two, where the power of the CMC is or where the power of the ADC is. So it is not without a problem. But then, personally, I feel that when it comes to tribal areas, maybe this is more applicable to Manipur, is that there is always a fight. The fight is often not because we don't like each other or we love fighting among ourselves, but it's mainly because of the limited resources that is given to us. We are given peanuts, and then we are asked to, fight for it. Now, if you give us so much of, so limited resources, we are bound to fight. And the majoritarian mind is that as long as this minority group fights, they are happy. So, I think, like Professor J. Dongal has lectured us on care for environment, we should look at why we fight for these peanuts that is being given to us. Why don't we, improve or increase our resources? There are many things we can do to increase our resources. As I've said, the beauty of this district council is not only custom and resources, but also it has some financial power. They are able to collect taxes, or I think they are able to generate fund for development. And then they also have the right to collect royalty on mineral resources, because the mineral resources belongs to the country, to the nation, But then if these mineral resources is to be mined or to be excavated, then the council have the right to collect royalties. Because the sixth schedule recognize the unique culture and the identity of the tribal, particularly of the Northeast, wherever Northeast India. I feel that probably ADC is the solution to fight corruption if it is implemented properly. Because corruption, when I said, is not only about money. The absence of governance itself is corruption. And we have seen that in many places, and we have seen more here in the hill areas of Manipur. There is, if you go to a village, you ask people, they don't know what is government. They don't even know whether they are in Manipur or India. So that is how absent the governance system is. So, this ADC is designed to take care of the concerns and interests of the tribals. Now, this is more important, I said, because in present day and situation, in the face of the rise of right-wing populism, probably, and then the growing trend of, Uncle Mukho has mentioned about growing trend of centralization and corporatization. I think, I believe that ADC will provide, is a constitutional provision to safeguard not only the interests of the tribals, but also the existence of the tribals. So, what Professor Jayadungal has said, it really hurts me. This is the the early picture of corporatization. Somebody dumping waste, which must have been collected from various places, manufactured items, processed items. Tomorrow, with corporatization, is going to be even worse. So, I think it is very important. Now, I would like to request all the participants. We know there is Nagaland model is there. We have Meghalaya model, we have Assam model, we have Manipur models. If we include or not, I don't know. So please examine this model. And at the end of the seminar, I wish you would come up with a model which is better than all of this together. I will be very, actually I've come to this seminar looking for that. If we can achieve that, that will be a huge achievement, and that would be a huge achievement in many things which I don't want to speak out at this moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor, we are truly grateful for taking out your time to share your wisdom with us today, all the way from Shillong. Thank you, sir. We are almost at the end of our inaugural program. I now call upon on stage respected Sir Dr. Thathang Vaipai, convener of this seminar, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Gautam Mukhopadhyay, who is the chief guest of today's function, chief guest by default, I should say, Honorable Professor Jayadungal.
Shall I say that I was expecting?
That's more important. Jayadungal, and who is also our guest of honor by default today as well. And Honorable Tu Pihan Singh, Honorable Reverend V. Sitlo, Honorable Dr. Seipu, who is the principal of this college. One must be wondering or pondering why I address them as honorable instead of the post or the designation they are holding, because it's very pleasing to see all dignified personnel in one frame, and it seems our seminar is more dignified, by and large, with the absence of politicians and some of the CSO here, and with the presence of all the esteemed participants, respected teachers, faculty, staff from different colleges and our keen students who are very interested and keen to learn new ideas and concepts. First of all, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the Northeast Council for supporting and sponsoring this kind of seminar, which is very pertinent and which is very relevant in our society and in this part of our country. And I also would like to extend my sincere and humble thanks to our chief guest today, our functional president, our guest of honor, and our respected reverend here for gracing this function and making our inaugural program a grand success. And I would also like to extend my sincere thanks to the faculty members, staff, scholars from different colleges, especially Mount Zion, a whole team of faculty, all the way from Sanapati, and other faculty from different colleges, CSOs, members of CSOs, and faculty of this college and Oasis College, students, participants of today's function. I, on behalf of the organizing committee, would like to extend once again our sincere thanks to you all. Without you, this function would not be as massive as we have seen this morning. And my sincere thanks to the staff and faculty of this college, especially the principal, who are very active in hosting this kind of seminars, symposium, and different kind of academic activities in this college. I would also like to give thanks to our two rapporteurs, Dr. Haugilian Chongnoy and Dr. Onkurunau Kip, for giving us cooperation from the start of arranging this seminar, and I hope till tomorrow, and bringing out a good magazine or a kind of reports on this seminar, on the studies of the deliberation. And special thanks to the media team, Hilmazo, Impact TV, Pu Kamboy and Pu Khailut, for having covered the inaugural as well as in the next 2 days of technical session also. And last but not least, all the esteemed respected participants, students, faculty, staff, and all of us who are here today, I extend once again special thanks to you all once again. And for your kind information, lunch is ready right after this session, and we have different kind of menus, and which has been arranged out there in the lawn, and then you are feel free to have as much as possible. It's feel free, and it's not an issue. So, and then right after the lunch at 1 p.m., all of us are requested to get back here in the hall for our first technical session, which will be chaired by Dr. Dear Haukim from Gauhati University. Thank you very much.
Come to the end of this inaugural program. We close this inaugural program with a gratitude. Thank you for being a part of it. We will all be now going for the lunch.
Dr. Dear Hokip to take his chair. Please, sir. Lam, I request Madam Lam to honor or honorate the peace. Thank you. Now I hand over the first technical session to our respected moderators.
First of all, I express my gratitude to the Organizing Committee and Presidency College for inviting me here to chair this technical session 1. Presidency College was earlier affiliated to Guwahati University, and only in 1981-82, if I have not mistaken, it is again permanently affiliated to Manipur University. So Presidency College is a part of Guwahati University in the very beginning. So we'll go straight to technical session 1. My name is T.L. Hokip. I joined Guwahati University in 2011. So we will have around 6 or maybe 7 papers, including offline and online, in this technical session. And Professor J. Dongal, who is a renowned scholar in East political science, so he will be delivering a special lecture, first of all, on the theme, the working of Autonomous District Council and the question of 6th schedule in Manipur. So after his lecture, we'll invite paper presenter. First, we'll invite people who are going to present offline, and after offline is over, I think we'll invite those people who are waiting for paper presentation online. So Professor J. Dongal is a former professor, head of department, political science, Mizoram University, and before that he joined Tongtai College in Mizoram. So then later on he joined Mizoram University as an associate professor. Then he became head of department and director of IQSC. And as we all know, he is the only person always in NEC team. So he has been visiting different states of India, and he has spent most of his time in traveling, visiting, inspection, and I think he is the only person that we have such a distinguished person who is a UGC TL team. Always, he become almost a permanent member. I have seen his name everywhere. So we are very fortunate to have him. He will be delivering his lecture on special lecture on the working of Autonomous District Council and the question of 6th schedule in Manipur. So without any delay, now I hand over the time to Professor Jadongal.
I will deliberate extensively on 6th schedule and the condition eligibility in Manipur and the comparison of 6th schedule with other provisions. So, 6th schedule, yes, we know, it is incorporated in the Constitution of India in 6th schedule. That means Constitution of India at the time when it was enforced on 26 January 1950 had 395 articles, 8 schedules and 22 parts. But at present, article number close 450. And there are 12 schedules now and 24 parts. 26 including the subparts. And it has been amended 106 times up till now. And some amendments are now in the process in Parliament. So such is the condition. And why this 6th schedule has been incorporated for tribals of Assam. When I use the term Assam, I use it in the context of Assam in pre-independent area. That means the whole Northeast India. And as we know, British Indian administration came to India as a trading company in 1680. And after the acquirement of Diwani, also the state revenue of Bengal, Bihar and Odisha by Robert Clive in 1765, the British came so close to tribal territories of eastern Bengal and Assam. And the first tribal whom they came into contact was the Garos. And these Garos were the first whom the tribal came into contact. And after the British came into contact with the Garos, they knew that these people, they were different. They could not be governed like those plain Hindus and Musalmans in the plain. They had different custom, cultural tradition, land system and traditional system. So, in order to govern these Garos and other hill tribes of Northeast India and Bengal, British for the first time enacted Regulation 10 of 1822. And in that 1822, Garo Hills was enacted. Garo Hills was, annexed by the British Empire. But other hill territories, they were annexed to British Empire only after the signing of Treaty of Jandago on 26 April 1892. And due to that, tribal territories, they were annexed, and for governing these tribal territories, British enforced certain exclusive laws for the tribals, like Regulation 10 of 1822, Bengal Eastern Frontier Regulation 1873, Garo Hills Act of 1869, Chin Hills Regulation 1896, then certain clause of Government of India of 1919, and certain clause of the Government of India of 1935. And when the British were about to leave India, so in 1945, there was election for British Parliament. Then in that election for British Parliament, there were two tall leaders. The one was the serving Prime Minister Winston Churchill from Conservative Party, and the promising opponent was Clement Attlee from Labour Party. And Winston Churchill, he campaigned on the issue of expansion of British Empire. But Clement Attlee campaigned on the issue of giving independence to British colonies in Asia, Africa and Latin America. Then, when election result was declared, so the strong man Winston Churchill was defeated, and Clement Attlee from government, he became the Prime Minister. And to keep promise, to fulfill his election promise, he took steps for giving independence to these British colonies in Asia, Africa and Latin America. Then he sent three of his cabinet ministers to India, which was known as Cabinet Mission Team, which comprised of Sir Stafford Cripps, who was the team leaders, Patrick Lawrence and A.B. Alexander. Then they told different parts of India, they studied the situation in India, what type of constitutional arrangements should be made for India, and how the British should hand over power to the Indians. Then, at that time, there was one prominent tribal leader from Assam, from Khasi Hills, who was very prominent, Reverend J.J.M.D. Colston, who was cabinet minister in Assam government, and who was very influential, and who was also very dominant in Assam provincial government. And before the cabinet mission team left for London, he submitted one memorandum. And in that memorandum, he mentioned. We tribals were independent people. We were never ruled by plain Hindus and Muslims. We had our own traditional chieftainship. We were never ruled by outsiders. But you Britishers came, you colonized us, and now you will be leading India. So in what situation will you leave us? Will you leave us in such condition that we will be continuously exploited by the plain Hindus and Muslims? Or will you provide some constitutional safeguard so that we'll be able to protect ourselves? And that strong memorandum of Reverend J.C.M. Nichols Roy awakened the cabinet mission team. And before leaving for London, Sir Stafford Cripps, leader of the team, he called a press conference. And in that press conference, he gave strong instruction to Constituent Assembly of India. So, one committee, advisory committee should be formed. That advisory committee should look after rights of the minorities, rights of tribals in excluded and partially excluded area, then fundamental rights and other rights of the minorities. Then, that Constituent Assembly immediately took up that advice, and advisory committee on fundamental rights was formed with the strong man of India, an Iron Man of India, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel as the chairman. And the area of the committee was so vast, so the committee set up 5 subcommittees. And out of that 5 subcommittees, 3 subcommittees deal with tribal specific. One subcommittee was known as Northeast Frontier Assam Tribal and Excluded Area Subcommittee, where Gopinath Bodole was the chairman, and it also came to be known popularly after his name as Bodole Subcommittee. And one subcommittee was Excluded and Partially Excluded Areas Other than Assam Subcommittee, and the other subcommittee was Northeast Frontier Balochistan Area Subcommittee. But when India was partitioned into India and Pakistan on 14 August 1947, Balochistan and Northwest Frontier Province, it became part of Pakistan, and due to that, that subcommittee became automatically defunct. And the subcommittee under Gopinath Bodole, they visited different tribal areas. In April 1947, they visited Aino. Then they met tribal representatives, church leaders, government servants, women representatives. From Aizol, they went to Haflong. Then from Haflong, they went to Difu, then they went to Kohima, and they could not visit Garo Hills and Zowai subdivision of Khasi Hills. But Garo leaders and those Zowai leaders from Zowai area, they met them in Guwahati, and they apprised them about their wants, what they expected under the Constitution of India. And that committee compiled the report. The report was submitted to President of the Constituent Assembly, Dr. Rajendra Prasad, and after that it was studied, and that report was heatedly discussed for 3 days, 5, 6, and 7 September 1949, and after that it was approved, and after that it was revived again for 2 days in November 16 and 1949. So the report was accepted, and the report was included in 6th schedule. And not only that, it was also inserted in Article 244, Clause 2, that was establishment of ADC. Then Article 275, Clause 1, that is the funding pattern. And in Article 275, Clause 1, those report of excluded and partially excluded area other than Assam subcommittee where A.V. Thakur was the chairman, that was included. That means that that committee deals with tribals in mainland India, and that was included in the 5th schedule. And those tribal in the 5th schedule, their area is known as scheduled area. And those tribal under the 6th schedule, their area is known as tribal areas. And one thing that we should not be confused is that sometimes Some people wrote, some people speak that Manipur ADC was under 5th schedule, Manipur ADC was under 7th schedule, it was not under any schedule. And one thing though you have to know is that no tribal area in Northeast is under 5th schedule. 5th schedule is mainly restricted to tribal areas of mainland India. There is no 5th schedule, no 7th schedule tribal area in Northeast India. And after the Constitution of India was enforced, then these tribal areas were classified into two, Part A and Part B. Part A means a bit developed tribal area where they could govern by themselves through legislature and democratic system, which comprised of Naga Hills, Lusai Hills, North Kachar Hills, Mikir Hills, United Khasi Jantia Hills, and Garo Hills. But during that time, there were two totally developed tribal areas. Some of them, they were still in primitive states, so they could not govern by themselves. Due to that, those tribal areas, they were categorized in Part B. That means they were under 6th schedule, but they didn't have ADC. They were under direct rule of Governor of Assam. That means Northeast Frontier Tract, the present Arunachal Pradesh, and the present Eastern Nagaland Eastern Nagaland statehood demand area or Donsang area. That means at that time it was known as Naga tribal area. And with effect from 26 January 1950, administration of Northeast Frontier Tract was taken over by Ministry of External Affairs. Then that Naga tribal area, it was clubbed together with Northeastern Frontier Tract, and they created one new administration known as Northeast Frontier Agency, NEFA. And under NEFA, there were 6 frontier divisions, and at that, this Naga tribal area was added, and it was known as Tuansang Frontier Division. And after that, it was popularly known as NEFA. And out of those ADC under 6th schedule, those 6 tribal areas under Part A, ADC could be formed in 5 hill districts, but ADC could not be formed in Naga Hills because of boycott of election, whether MDC, MLA or MP by NNC spearheaded and led by Azad Fizo. Because of that, ADC could not be formed in Naga Hills. Then Nagas could not digest, slicing the area away of Naga territory and adding with Nepal. So in 1957, first Naga People's Convention was convened at Kohima. And in that Naga People's Convention, they passed resolution, Tuansang area and Naga Hills should be clubbed together again. So they submitted memorandum to the Prime Minister of India. Then the Prime Minister of India, Government of India, they thought that the NNC extremists led by Fizo, they were already anti-India. So even if the demand of these overground organizations are not given importance, that means Naga will be totally alienated from India. So Government of India accepted it. Then 6th schedule was amended in 1957, December, and Naga Hills and Tuansang area was clubbed together into Naga Hills Tuansang area. And that Naga Hills Tuansang area was administered by Governor of Assam, and to look after administration of these NHTA, there was one commissioner, and 3 districts were created: Kohima district, Mokokchung district, and Tuansang district. And this Naga Hills Tuansang area, it was not exactly union territory, but it was like union territory structure. And Naga Hills Tuansang area was given 1 member each in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. And the first Lok Sabha member was S.C. Zamir, who was also inducted as Deputy Minister in Nehru's cabinet as in charge of external affairs. Then, after success of their program, the second NPC was convened again at other parts of Nagaland, not in Kohima, in 1958. Then in that, they formed one select committee. And that the select committee proposed that 16 points proposal. Then out of 16-point proposal, there were many points. NHTA should be upgraded to state of Nagaland. Nagaland should have separate governor. Nagaland should have separate high court. Then land resources and all those in Nagaland should be controlled by Nagaland government. All those 16 programs were at last accepted by Government of India, and NHTA was upgraded to the state of Nagaland in 1963. And after that, NHTA or Naga Hills and Tunsang area was deleted from 60. And what we know that Article 371A, it was a product of that NPC. Some think that it was a product of Shillong Accord. It was not. As a result of NPC and as a result of 13th Amendment, this Article 371A has been given to Nagaland. And this Article 371A, it has no connection at all with local administration. It has no connection at all with democratic decentralization. It is totally different. It cannot be compared with ADC also. That we should be clear about the constitutional content. Then, Hill State movement was so strong in hill areas of Assam. And as a result of that, in 1970, Garo Hills, Khasi Jantia Hills was created into autonomous state of Meghalaya. And even after the creation of autonomous state of Meghalaya, Garo Hills and United Khasi Jantia, and one thing that I forgot to mention, United Khasi Jantia Hills District Council was bifurcated into 2 ADC in 1964. Then those 3 ADC, they continued to function after the creation of autonomous state of Meghalaya in 1970 and after the creation of full-fledged state of Meghalaya in 1972 also. Then Nepal was also created into Union Territory of Mizoram in Arunachal Pradesh in 1972. Then after that, Nepal was deleted from 6th schedule. Then Lusai Hills was also upgraded to Union Territory of Mizoram in 1972. Because of that, Lusai Hills Autonomous District Council, which was afterwards known as Mizo District Council as a result of amendment of 6th schedule by Parliament in 1954, it was dissolved. But in the extreme south of Mizoram, for Poi and Ladakh tribe, there was Poi Ladakh Regional Council. And up till now, this was the only regional council created under the provision of 6th schedule to the Constitution of India. And this Poi Ladakh Regional Council was trifurcated into 3 regional councils: Poi Regional Council, Ladakh Regional Council, and Chakma Regional Council. And surprisingly, Chakma emerged. Then, after that, within 1 month, these 3 ADC, these 3 regional councils were trifurcated from PRRC on 2nd April 1972, and on 29 April 1972 they were upgraded to ADC. And Chakma surprisingly emerged, and this is the hot political issue in Mizoram till today. And after the enactment of Northeastern Area Reorganization Act 1972, 6th schedule was also revised. And the 6th schedule, which was categorized as Part A and Part B in the original 6th schedule Constitution in 1950, it was then categorized into Part A, Part 1, Part 2, and Part 3. Part 1 means the list of ADC in Assam, and Part 2 means list of ADC, the 3 ADC in Meghalaya, and Part 3, list of the 3 ADC in Mizoram. And as a result of 6th schedule amendment, in Tripura Tribal Area Autonomous District Council, it was included in 6th schedule in 1995. And I mean 1985. Then, after that, this Bodoland Autonomous Council, which was outside the 6th schedule, through amendment, agreement, tripartite agreement of all Bodo Students' Union, Government of Assam, and Government of India. It was included in 6th schedule with new name Bodoland Territorial Council. So at present, there are 10 different councils under 6th schedule provision. There are 1 territorial council and 2 autonomous councils in Assam, Bodoland Territorial Council, Kalbiang Autonomous Council, and North Kasar Hills Autonomous Council. And with regard to this North Kasar Hills and Kalbiang, I skip some points. Let me mention briefly that. When Meghalaya was about to be created, these NC Hills and North Kasar Hills, they should be part of it. But they were, so to say, loved by Assamese politicians. Remain in Assam will give you more powers, more responsibility, then more funds. Then they withdrew from Hill State movement. And due to that, when Hill State was created as the state of Meghalaya, only Garo, Khasi, and Jantia remained. Then North Kasar Hills and Kalbiang they withdrew. But the mistake which they committed in 1970, they realized in 1980. And the provision which they rejected in 1970, they began demanding for it in 1980s, Autonomous State Demand Committee. Then Government of Assam was no longer interested in it, to create another UT or state from Assam. So in 1995, Government of India, Government of Assam, and Autonomous State Demand Committee, they signed MOU, tripartite agreement. And as part of that, Kalbiang and North Kasar Hills, they were upgraded to Autonomous Council. And in the power of this ADC are listed in paragraph 3. And for these 2 councils, paragraph 3A was created, and 15 more additional subjects have been given to them. And for this BTC, paragraph 3B has been added, and for them, 44 additional subjects have been added. And when I delivered lecture in Assam University Diku campus in 2018, I mentioned here, Karbi Anglong and North Kasar Hills, the bus where you didn't want to enter in 1970, you started chasing for it in 1980. It may be quite difficult to get that bus again. I told them in my lecture in Assam University Diku campus. So right now, there are 10 councils. 1 territorial council and 2 autonomous councils in Assam, 3 autonomous district councils in Meghalaya, 3 ADCs in Mizoram, and 1 ADC in Tripura. Then, what is the speciality of this 6th schedule? Why 6th schedule is so prominent? In political science, we learn 3 organs of government. Law-making body, legislature. Law executing body, executive. Then law adjudicating body, judiciary. And to enable the government to function, finance is required. And all those provisions are provided in 6th schedule. Because legislative powers are incorporated in paragraph 3, 10, 11, 12, and 13. Executive powers in paragraph 6 and 8. Judicial powers in paragraph 4 and 5, then financial power in paragraph 7 and 11. And why? ADC, they have their own lawmaking body, lawmaking power. And this is the specialty of ADC. And with regard to this 6th schedule, even to change one word, Parliament amendment is required. It cannot be done by state legislature or any other. So, even to make slight change, Parliament bill is required. That is the speciality of 6th schedule, because it is incorporated in the Constitution. But what about other councils? Don't ever compare Manipur ADC with 6th schedule ADC. They are not comparable. What we call Manipur ADC, it is, some people say toothless tiger, but I think it does not reach even the level of toothless tiger. It may be toothless cat. Because it has no legislative power. They have some executive power depending upon the mood of the state government. That's all. So what can you do? Then in Manipur we have 6 6 ADCs, isn't it? Sadar Hills, Senapati, Tamenglong, Okful, Chuzanpur, then Chandir. And they are chairman ADC. Why is he chairman ADC? Because as per democratic norms, leader of government is leader of the house, prime minister or chief minister. Then session, in order that it will function impartially, session or any decision of bill is conducted by impartial presiding officer, speaker. So in all these 6 scheduled ADC, chairman is the presiding officer, chief executive member is the head of government. But in non-6 scheduled area, chairman combine both these posts. It is a mockery. It is a real mockery. Then, right now in Assam, there are 6 satellite autonomous councils. Then 33 satellite development councils. Then in Mizoram, there is Shinlung Hill Council. And what is the meaning of this satellite? That means it is non-territorial. It is not geographical. Wherever the community set up, it covers. It is not geographical, because of that it does not have much maximum impact. Then in Ladakh, there are 2 councils. Kargil Hill Development Council, Ladakh, and Kargil Hill Development Council, Leh. And now, under the leadership of Sonam Wangchuk, they are pursuing this demand for 6 schedule. And I met Sonam Wangchuk 1 year ago in a seminar in Bhikkhu. And he had certain discussion. And they processed the movement through non-violent means, but it became violent this year. So those are some ADCs outside the section. And why? Those councils, maybe Hill Council, Autonomous Council, Development Council outside the 6th schedule, why they opt for 6th schedule? Because 6th schedule has autonomy. Autonomy in the sense the 3 organs of government are provided for it. And in Manipur context, the demand for 6th schedule has started since the late 1960s. And when Manipur was union territory, Manipur Hills Area District Council Act was passed in 1971. So what we call Chairman District Council was created. Then no legislative power, no judicial power, and few executive powers were given depending upon the mood of state government. Then all tribal student union Manipur, they began demanding for it. Then they staged Dharma. They conducted strikes. And after that, it was amended in 2008, 2010, but no much improvement. And what the funny thing was that cabinet was introduced, executive member, but leader of the house, chief executive member was not keen and still being presided by the presiding officer, chairman. That was the situation, and even now, even that is also not functioning. And what suggestion which came up in the previous government, what I would like to emphasize today is that India is a federal structure. Article 1 of the Constitution of India says that India, that is Bharat, is a union of states. The word federal is written nowhere in the Constitution of India, but the structure is federal. And as I've said, as the structure is federal, if India is really serious in achieving Viksit Bharat 2047, without empowering is grassroots democracy, without real decentralization, this Viksit Bharat will be a fraud. This is a fact. Because in Constitution of India, so long as the villages are developed, so long as the remote areas are developed, India will not be listed in the list of G7 countries. That is a fact. So in Manipur context also, had this demand of the sixth schedule been granted in the 70s or in the 80s, many of the current crises could be avoided. But it was not done on time. So that is the situation. And the thing is that, like, as I'm dealing with this research on the sixth schedule, and frankly speaking, I am among the first who did in-depth research on this sixth schedule. Because among the professors of university, Professor L.S. Gassa from NEHU, he was known as the one who published first on this ADC. And he is already retired now. But whenever we were together in some programs or seminars, he always said that, oh, there is authority who can speak on it. Let him speak. He always vacate the place for me. What I'd like to tell is that I am among the scholars who first did extensively on this provision. And the thing that we have to know is that what we call this sixth schedule, it is being copied from the Red Indians, the Native Americans of the United States. And these Red Indians, they were the owner of America. But those Europeans, white people from Europe who migrated to America, who are now known as Americans, they tried to eliminate them, but they could not eliminate. So at last, after they occupied all the land of the Native Americans, then they tried to preserve them constitutionally, and they give them tribal nation government, then they give them fund, and they provide all the basic necessities, but it seems to be a bit late now. Because I pursued my Fulbright research in comparing the pattern of Native Americans and this sixth schedule provision of the Constitution of India. I visited their casino, I visited their tribal nation government, then I visited many of their historical sites, Native Americans, in the state of Oklahoma. And I went for field work, and the system in America, it is different from India. What we call Constitution of USA, only the functioning and responsibility of federal government is listed. Every state, they have their own state constitution, and even the Native Americans, they have different constitution. So, because of that, the Constitution of India can be read within 90 minutes. This is the original Constitution of USA, which I wrote it from here while I was on Fulbright program. It can be read within 90 minutes. And the shortest version, the briefest version of the Constitution of India is still this much big. Just compare it. And why the American government now try to preserve the Native Americans? When we talk about Native Americans, we feel that it may be one community. But the number of tribes recognized by the federal government is now 750. Then there are already 100 unrecognized tribes. Then out of more than 700 recognized tribes by the federal government, 150 of them, they have their own tribal nation government, what we call ADC here. Then they have these Native Americans, they have their own constitution, they have their own citizenship, and they have their own flags. That means when we studied the Constitution of USA in college days, US has double constitution, double flag, double citizenship. But counting these Native Americans, US has triple flag, triple constitution, and triple citizenship. That is the situation. And lastly, I would like to conclude that why United States give too much importance and too much significance to these Native Americans. Because they know that if they do not develop these Native Americans, United States may not be able to maintain their developed states. Likewise, if India does not develop those tribals in remote area, India will never be developed country, India will never be Viksit Bharat, and Viksit Bharat will not always here. Okay, thank you.
So, thank you, Professor Zedongel. He is a Fulbright Scholar expert for sharing his area of specialization. Both from doctorate, he started what about District Council. Then in Fulbright again, he take up 6 schedule and doing comparative study on Native Americans and 6 schedule of India. So we'll not, right now we'll start, we'll draw a paper after one another. And Professor Zedongel is the right person to tell about all these things. And I hope we all are fortunate to have to be with us. Now, we'll give 7 to 10 minutes, maybe 5 to 7 for each paper presented, and maybe I reserve 3 minutes for discussion if there is any question. That means we will have around 6 or 7 paper presented. 3 will be offline and 3 will be online. First of all, we will start with offline. I will invite Dr. Hannah Waipe. He is assistant professor from More College. I think he should come forward here. Then Vanu Kipken from Presidency College, Vanu Kipken. Then Dr. Mako Gamme. Dr. Mako Gamme, yeah. Please come forward. So three of them will give offline presentation. I will give 5 to 7 minutes for presentation and 3 minutes for discussion on each paper. Then after they completed their presentation, we'll take our online presentation. So let us bear with them. I will now call Dr. Hannah Waipe. He will be presenting on Register of City and NRC in Northeast India, importance, challenges and perspective. He is assistant professor at More College, Manipur, Department of Political Science. Over to Hannah Waipe.
Reputed prominent professor from different university and students from different colleges. Today I feel very much privileged to share regarding about NRC, which is the burning topic of India, even mostly in Northeast India, which had been originated in Assam, come to Nagaland and even in Manipur. Today my topic actually is not related to what is given in the seminar, but actually I got a consent from the author organizer. Regarding my paper NRC, the objective behind why I want to present is why it is so needful. I want to know that what is the need of NRC, then what are the problem or challenges through that comes up through Assam NRC model. I'll highlight a little about this as we have a very limited time. NRC especially started right after 1951 general census. Especially when we talk regarding NRC, National Register of Citizenship, when we talk it, this one, it covered the whole India. It should be, it covered the entire citizens of India. But the first exercise which remained inactive was started right after 1951 census. That was also related to Assam. When we talk about NRC, especially in the whole India, people are thinking that it is NRC of Assam. This NRC is specifically meant for right Assam, because it is the only problem, the only state which is facing or demanding NRC so far, I think. So, I will highlight a little about the general objective of NRC. We also have NRP, another NRP, another is NRC we have. Another is National Register of Population, that also we have. That is regarding the record, whether the entry, it is the record board, citizenship of India, even that is record of foreigner. Entry, past, during their stay, all the records are maintained accordingly by NRP. But regarding NRC, only genuine citizens should be recorded in this NRC. Records should be maintained only, official records should be only taken to maintain to only genuine citizens of India. Then to identify to an illegal immigrant. That is the sure objective of NRC. How to find out who are illegal immigrants and to deport those are illegal immigrants and to keep the record, to keep official record of that genuine citizen which they identify. That is the main objective of NRC as general. Then Assam is the first state, even though a number of times since decades back, the government of India passing one another talks about the need to do this NRC in the entire India. But so far, Assam is the only state which implemented NRC. That was done in 2013 to 19. It takes actually the real exercise started in 2015. They are telling me. It takes how did that exercise come up? That when we talk about NRC, that I'll just highlight a little about the apprehension. Why people are talking NRC. Those who assume themselves as genuine in citizenship, the apprehension that comes in their mind is losing land, maybe all the facility that they enjoy, maybe job, whatever it may be. When these illegal immigrants are increasing in number, when they increase the number, they lose land, they lose everything, what the facility they enjoy from government or maybe under public sector. This is the apprehension, or that is the fear that always pressure those who feel genuine citizen to pressure the government to conduct this NRC. But in the context of Assam, NRC was conducted after long movement, Assam movement, which was ended in Assam Accord that was in 1985. The movement was led by World Assam Student Union. Then Accord was signed between the government of India at that time then student leaders. As per the agreement, NRC was conducted, as I said, starting from 2013. Then, according to that Assam Accord, there are three categories of immigrants. According to that Assam report, there are three categories of immigrants. That is, a person who migrated to Assam before 1st January 1996, they will be considered as citizens of India and they were allowed to work. They'll be given the right to work. But a person who migrated to India after 1996 and entered in between 24 March 1971, they should be given citizenship but without voting right. Then a person who entered after 1971, after 24 May 1971, they will be treated as illegal immigrants. Actually, as per the accord, NRC was conducted, say from NRC was already implemented or exercised. It took 6 years, especially in case of NRC and MR. The final draft was published in 2018, which excluded more than 40 lakhs people in the list, citizens in the list. Then, right after that, what is a first draft publication or Solicitor General of India declared that immediately that cannot be accepted because it was only draft. Then the final result was published in 31st March 2019, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So in that final list, around 19 lakhs people were excluded. The publication of final list was also, criticized, argued, because huge number of whom they call indigenous people or genuine citizens were excluded. Then, whom they thought to be excluded were included again. That is another one of the most challenging problems. The most challenging problem we are facing now. Actually, when we think it deeply regarding NRC, it seems that NRC is meant only to find out to target some specific group. In the sense that why still remain controversial, still not finalized after 6 years of publishing the final list, because according to them, whom they want to include in the citizenship are excluded. Then whom they want to exclude are included again. Then what is the meaning of conducting this NRC in the context of Assam? Even Assam, this whole Assam Student Union, they complained it to the Supreme Court to conduct re-verification regarding NRC result. Even the Assam Chief Minister, right now, Hemanta Singh also, at that time, they don't accept it because many who are excluded, they thought as genuine citizens of Assam. That is the problem they are facing. Then, the most challenging after implementing it, or from the Assam border is, another is potential manipulation also, very high deal. Because the final authority to decide who is a citizen and who is not a citizen, who is illegal immigrant, should be done by foreigner tribunals. Then who controls that foreigner tribunal? In fact, that foreigner tribunal are the authority to decide. After enumerating, collecting everything, there will be the authority to decide. This fellow is not qualified, this fellow is qualified. Yes, a document, he fulfilled the document required, then purely to be decided by the foreigner tribunal, but still now they cannot decide. What will be behind what will be the reason behind that? Why they cannot decide till now? Why they cannot declare it? That is another problem. Maybe, especially whenever new policy or new plans, or even sometimes I thought that many of the articles which are amendable are amended relevant or to suit the situation, or maybe the leader or politician, will of the politician. As far as my knowledge is concerned, as far as my finding is concerned, even from the mother of, from the impact of this NRC Assam, this NRC could not be conducted to fulfill accordingly what they mean. So,
Dr. Rena, you may come to your conclusion.
My finding so far is NRC, what I want to say is, even in Nagaland, manipulation is there, RIN is conducted, NRC is to be conducted for the entire citizenship of India, but especially to some specific group again, even in the context of Manipur, when there is movement for NRC, or whenever there is question for NRC, for what target we are demanding this NRC, or what type of people we are targeting, or what type of community we want to specify it. Because all are citizens. Even in the context of Assam, illegal immigrants from, especially from Bangladesh, even if they are excluded, if the illegal immigrants are excluded, then what will be their future? Stateless, no home, no shelter, no job, no facility. In my finding, at least the government should change their policy, even if they are going to conduct, to consider at least the stakeholder of every state from the grassroots level, in order to avoid all that mistake, to fulfill the objective of that NRC. Actually, I have limited time. Even I could not present it as I like. PPT. So, for any question, I think we have, who has more, far better knowledge than me, like Professor from University, Professor Ramon from Mizoram University, then the one who is my colleague, chairperson, he's from Assam.
So we'll go straight to Varnu Kipkian, PhD scholar, Department of Political Science, Manipur University. She will be painting on ethnic identity and politics of representation in the Manipur Hill area.
So my paper seeks to examine how electoral politics works in the hill districts of Manipur, focusing on two important tribal regions. One is Kangpokpi, a predominantly Kuki area, and the other is Senapati, which is dominated by the Naga communities. So the main argument here is that voting behavior in these hill districts, it cannot be simply understood through formal democratic institutions like elections or party competition, but instead political behavior is shaped by ethnic identity, historical marginalization, then competing territorial claims, as well as the long-standing influence of insurgency movements. So democracy in these conflict-affected regions, it functions as through a negotiated relationship between both formal institutions like the state as well as the informal local institutions. So why does the hill districts matter? Manipur's political landscape has always been marked by a sharp hill-valley divide, and the hill areas, which are home to several tribal communities, they have historically experienced political exclusion, weaker state presence, poor infrastructure, as well as limited autonomy. And for instance, take the case of Kangpokpi. It was previously part of the erstwhile Senapati region, but it achieved district status only in 2016 after decades of mobilization, which was mainly led by the Kuki civil society groups, mainly the Sadar Hills District Demand Committee. And according to Shimre, Senapati district, on the other hand, it has always been a center of Naga political aspirations. So these two districts illustrate how tribal political identity is often tied to questions of autonomy demands, land and recognition, which further shapes electoral behavior in ways that are different from mainstream models. So when we look at electoral behavior, a clear pattern emerges. Like voting is largely collective and not on the basis of individual choices. So for context, some of the classical theories of voting behavior, whether it's sociological model, psychological model, and the rational choice model, these models generally assume that individuals, they vote, they take voting decisions on the basis of social background or attachment to a political party or candidates, or even on the basis of cost-benefit calculations. But these mainstream theories or models, they are insufficient to explain the voting behavior in Manipur's hill districts. So instead, as Kom and Kumar argues, they said that it is the community institutions which plays a dominant role. Like take the case of Kuki-dominated areas, community institutions like village councils, youth organizations, or influential civil society bodies, they play a major role in guiding voters, where candidates are evaluated on the basis of their ethnic background, their relationship with civil society bodies, as well as their ability to protect group interest. So, meanwhile, on the other hand, when you talk about Naga-dominated areas, there are also influential and customary organizations and bodies like the United Naga Council, or as we know, the UNC. They hold significant moral authority and often influence political decisions. So these forms of collective political behavior, it aligns with what Antunes calls the contextual rationality, which is basically voting rooted in community obligations rather than individual preferences. Or we can also say it is when voters prioritize community welfare over personal preferences. And as we all know, any discussion on electoral politics in Manipur, it is incomplete without acknowledging the long-term influence of insurgency movements. And the hill areas, they have witnessed decades of ethno-political mobilization, armed movements, inter-ethnic violence, as well as ceasefire negotiations. But according to scholars like Bhaumik and Barwa, they say that insurgent groups today, they do not directly intervene in elections as openly as before, but still their historical and symbolic influence continues to shape political life today. So for decades, these insurgency movements, they have reinforced ethnic boundaries At the same time, they have also deepened feelings of exclusion, and they have also shaped how communities perceive the state. And even during periods of intense conflict, so people, they rely heavily on their community networks for both security and survival. So this has sort of strengthened collective behavior, which is also reflected during the time of elections, where the people or communities, they come together, they mobilize as communities, as groups, rather than as individuals. So in a way, people also interpret electoral participation through the lens of autonomy, ethnic security, and ethnic preservation. So according to scholars like Housing and Bhatia, they pointed out that political participation in Manipur, it cannot be separated from the long-term consequences of conflict and militarization. And another core issue that my paper seeks to highlight is the gap between formal decentralization and how governance actually works at the grassroots level. So in Manipur, we all know that decentralization remains limited, and also, as emphasized by Professor Housing, like even the autonomous district councils, they also lack substantive powers. Therefore, even the local governance, they rely heavily on customary authorities, village councils, and community institutions. And it is said that in many hill districts also, these structures, they have high trust, as in they are highly trusted by the people. They also enjoy deeper legitimacy as compared to the state institutions. So, while these community-based institutions, they contribute to social order, and at the same time they also contribute to collective decision making, they also shape voting along ethnic lines. So in this context, democracy in the hill districts operates through a negotiation between the formal institutions and the informal, deeply rooted local structures. So to conclude my presentation, I would like to highlight some of the key points from this study. That is, first and foremost, voting behavior is strongly shaped by ethnic identity, which shows patterns of ethnic solidarity, especially when it comes to political issues involving land, autonomy, and representation. And secondly, community institutions, they play a decisive role, especially during the time of elections, whether it's the village councils or the youth organizations and the civil society bodies. And thirdly, insurgency has left a long-term impact on political behavior. That is, even when insurgent groups are not directly or as involved, but still their past continues to influence today's political thinking, and also how people perceive the state as well as their attitude towards elections. So to sum up, democratic participation in Manipur is not simply a matter of casting vote, and neither can it be simply understood through formal procedures alone. It is rather a complex process which is shaped by identity, history, and community authority. So therefore, in order to strengthen grassroots democracy in these regions, there is a need to empower the local institutions, and there is also a need to build trust with the state, and at the same time create an inclusive platform where different ethnic communities can come together for dialogues and discussions. Thank you.
We will invite Dr. Mako Gangmei and Dr. Ngaping Gampo. Yeah. So this will be a joint paper, and Dr. Mako is from the National College, Department of Economics, Department of Economics, right? So over to Dr. Mako.
Good afternoon once again to everyone. Respected chairperson and professors and delegates, colleagues, and everyone who are present here, as well as organizing committee of this seminar, and principal and staff of Presidency College, as well as principal and staff of Osis College. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to share our limited idea or knowledge in this very important two-day national seminar. The intention, of course, there are many, why we attend this seminar. It's also mainly to learn, unlearn from eminent speakers like Professor Sir Dongal and also the earlier speaker in the inauguration program, Sir Ho Singh and Sir Gautam, as well as Sir Han Singh, and so on. So we came here to know more about this very important topic. And we are indeed privileged to listen to their speech, and we are for enriching us, and we are really grateful for that. And as the earlier speaker in the morning, and as well as just now, Sir Dongal has talked, I think, quite extensively on the topic on local government, that is the ADC in the northeastern states, as well as in Manipur. And he had also shown us the difference between the 6th schedule and why the ADC in Manipur district cannot be even called, compared to a sort of a local government. In fact, it is like a government department, so to say. In fact, a kind of defective government department, one could say, in that way also. And so I don't really need to go back to that history and the protests and the demand for greater autonomy and so on. And there is new bill or act being introduced again without any much provision and so on. But what I would do is to, let's say, assume that right now we are having a conflict or a tussle or a demand from the state government or from the central government to give us a greater autonomy in the form of 6th schedule, or maybe in the form of strengthening the existing ADC Act by, if I remember it right, in 2021, an attempt was made to introduce ADC Bill of 2021 that gives some sort of more power, or to translate whatever is there in the Act into a reality. And so let's think that one day or the other, this conflict or this argument or this demand may one day will be resolved. Of course, it should be resolved also. And once it is resolved, let's imagine what kind of institution, what kind of local government. As we have heard from Sir Dongal also, and from Sir Han Singh also, that even the 6th schedule ADC also face some problem. I mean, every government has some problem. And so, in that context, we want to see how the ADC should function through the lens of inclusive institution. By now, everyone, most of us have more or less agreed that a good institution is the reason for a place development or underdevelopment. And let's say recently, those kind of ideas were started by Lord Douglas, even Paul Romer and so on. And then recently by Daron Acemoglu and James Robinson in their book, Why Nations Fail. The origin of prosperity, poverty, in their book, Why Nations Fail. So they go beyond the explanation of the existence of institution and try to argue from the point of having an inclusive institution versus extractive institution. And one other thing which I want to say is that we have seen, say, many countries develop, and we also have seen many countries undeveloped. And we want to find out the reason. So that reason is explained using this framework by Daron Acemoglu and James Robinson. So we want to apply that framework to our so-called local government or ADC. The explanation such as geography, culture, tradition, or for that matter, the ignorance of leaders on good policies, or say even the help of international aid no longer work, on why a nation does not develop or remain underdeveloped. So the focus now is towards the direction of having an inclusive institution versus extractive institution. So in short, the term itself, all of us must be like getting the idea. But according to them, the word inclusive institution would mean where everyone has their voice in the decision making. Earlier, one of our sisters also talked about the electoral politics. And one can have that understanding that the kind of politics that we are having is not something which we can compare with so-called developed countries. So, in that sense, we are not having that inclusive institution. Inclusive institution would mean there would be inclusive political institution that has a place for all the section of the people, all the voice, women, youth, smaller tribes, so let's say in our context, and everyone will have their voices in decision making. Once such kind of political institution is set up, then according to that study, it's how England how the Industrial Revolution started in England after the Glorious Revolution and so on. According to their study, they said that once a inclusive political institution is being set up, then the tendency is to set up an inclusive economic institution that benefits everyone in that particular society. The other opposite is the extractive institution, which also, of course, have both extractive political institution and extractive economic institution. So, the idea of extractive institution is that it is controlled by few elites, let's say 10% of the population against the 90% of the population. And so, the tendency of this extractive political institution is that they would oppose what Schumpeter called creative destruction, means introduction of new technology, new innovation, because of the very fact that all this introduction of new system would replace the existing system. So the ruling elites would always try to avoid this creative destruction, and therefore they would try to set up this extractive economic institution that would benefit only the few elites. And that is, according to them, what is happening in most of the underdeveloped countries, what we see in Sub-Saharan Africa, in Asia, or even in Latin America. But other important thing to remember here is that sometimes...
You almost exceeded your time.
Oh. Okay, so I'll take just 1 or 2 minutes. So in Sub-Saharan Africa, they start with the idea to overthrow this extractive institution, but those very people who replace the extractive institutions somehow become more extractive than their predecessor. So what I want to point out here is right now we are demanding for greater economy, we are demanding for strengthening our ADC and so on, but at the same time we should not forget that maybe getting a sixth schedule is also one thing, but we should not blindly hope that it will solve our problem. So it becomes a collective responsibility to introduce this sort of inclusive institutions so that once all these demands are fulfilled, we can enjoy the benefit, bring peace, prosperity, and sustain development. I think I will conclude my speech. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Now, at discussion our three papers. Number one is Dr. Hena Waipe. His paper is on National Registered Citizen in Northeast India, important challenges and perspective. So, then second one is Wangnu Kipken. So, we'll take some questions from these three papers. If there is any, then otherwise we will continue online presentation.
Let them introduce themselves, also ask questions, their institution.
Yeah. So, if people who ask questions should introduce yourself. Since I have already introduced our paper painter, Dr. Makau is from assistant professor from Tamenglong College, if I am not mistaken, and his colleague is also assistant professor, Department of History, Tamenglong. Wangnu is a PhD scholar, then Dr. Hena is an assistant professor from Ore College. So, over to the audience. Any question? Any question? Okay.
Do you see any connection between the NRC process and what is happening now in the revision of electoral rolls with the special intensive revision of electoral rolls, and after which we are going to possibly also have the census exercise, and then finally the delimitation commissions, and leading up to the general election of 2029. Do you see any continuity, any linkage, either in intention or otherwise, between these various processes coming up?
Yes, that is a very interesting question. HIR especially, sometimes these people, those who have doubt, who have apprehension, they blame that this has connection with this NRC. In the sense that in Bihar, after exercising or conducting that, around 90 lakh something were excluded in the voter list. Then accordingly they can file in the Supreme Court or anywhere. Even the Supreme Court issue order to respond them. But what I want to say is, after election, now election, everything is over, they are already excluded. After election, if they included again, what is the value? Then, even in the Assam, they are asking for this SIR. But as NRC was already done in Assam, this provision cannot be given to Assam right now. Telling the Assam chief in this connection. So I think NRC, SIR, there's no connection, but very much connected, I can say. Because in case NRC is conducted, supposed to be exercised in Bihar, first record they're going to check is that census. Once a person who is already excluded in the voter list cannot become, how can they can be easily put into the side of genuine citizen? That is another problem they are facing, I think. Even the case of Assam, as per the accord, those who enter after, in between 1996 to 71, they are accepted as genuine citizen but no voting right. Then if that can happen, there'll be, I think, very much connected there's revision, electoral revision, special electoral revision and this NRC. After all, those who are completely excluded, till now there is no deportation. There is no deportation. Then how much detention camp they are maintaining to enroll that 19 lakhs of illegal immigrants, what they go now, right now? How would the government look after all these things? Some people are blaming maybe technical failure, mechanism, whatever it may be. But everything, according to me, as per some border, the NRC completely fair, I guess.
Thank you.
You have given a very interesting presentation. I'm particularly interested in that creative destruction, because just now I received some information about the house building scheme, something PM something, where all these schemes were sanctioned only in the plain areas, and all the hill districts, irrespective of which community, all hill districts were zero sanctions were made. Now, why I brought up this thing is that not only on ethnic lines, but also in pockets, the hill areas. I have mentioned in the inaugural session that the government gave us peanuts, and we are made to fight for that peanuts. Do you think that it is time for creative destruction of such differences for fighting over peanuts? And over to Ms. Sorry, I forgot. Bangno. Do you think that, because I have done this little bit of it with one of my friends earlier on Kampopi district, that is Kampopi, Saikul and Saitu. We found out that in order to contest election in these three constituencies, your surname should be right. What is your finding?
You have more ideas than me, but I'll just share my opinion. Yeah, creative destruction is quite a popular term in economics, and they talk about the so-called Luddites, who were earlier during the Industrial Revolution. They were the one who destroy any new invention with the thinking that it will replace their jobs and so on. So even to this day also, people who are opposing this introduction of the new technology or innovation, they are called, sometimes referred to as Luddites. As Sir was saying, maybe whatever scheme and these projects which are being given to the hills or the valleys, all these things, I think it is still not enough to be called a creative destruction. Of course, it is one way to structure that, but it should be something more than that. That's what I mean. Of course, these things should be. What I'm trying to say is the politicians, let's call them as elites. I hope no one will get offended. The so-called political elites, or those who are in the helm of control, what they are doing is they give these peanuts and so on, so that they continue to hold on to their power. They will not bring something new, drastic new, that would replace this existing system. That is what I want to say. And so since they want to hold on to this power, they know, the leaders know which will be the good policies, which will be the correct policies that can actually bring development to their areas or to their locality. They are not ignorant about it. That is what the studies are all about. And I believe that the politicians in our areas or those who are holding the power structure, they actually have some sense of the correct policies, but what they're trying to do is since they want to hold on to their power, they will not actually welcome all those things that will replace their structure. So my point is, therefore, let's push aside them as that group of elites and then count us as 90%, where they will continue to have a debate, discussion, conflicts, and a day will come, according to that study also, that the so-called critical juncture, major events will come. On that day, see, the conflict will continue, but when the critical juncture comes, on that day, whether the elites won or the 90% won will set what kind of institution that place will follow. So if the elites continue to win it, they will go on with a more severe extractive institution. However, if the 90% are able to win it, it will be able to set an inclusive institution. So I don't know whether I am able to explain. Thank you so much.
Could you repeat the questions? I could not.
Aspire studies in these three constituencies, is there a correct surname for contesting election?
To be honest, I'm still yet to conduct my field work, so I'm not sure if I'll be able to give you a proper answer, but I'm sure surnames might also matter, like clans at the clan level also. It might matter in some of the villages or at the town level. And also, when we talk about the district, we have to keep in mind the political aspirations of the minority communities within the district itself. Like we also have some population of Nepalis or even the Nagas also. I believe they're a minority within the district. And
Thank you. Please look into that also.
okay, sure, sir. Thank you.
So we'll connect to D.K. Thanboy, IAS. D.K. Thanboy had served as an assistant professor in Chusanpur College for many years, after which he joined civil service.
Yeah, can I start?
Yeah.
Thank you. Good afternoon, respected dignitaries, faculty members, scholars, and colleagues, my dear friends. Today, I will be presenting on working of district councils in Manipur and the implementation of the sixth schedule and analytical discourse. Just a hot presentation only. I'm not an academician or a scholar. Presentation examines whether Manipur's long-standing ethnic and political tensions are partly a result of institutional design and whether constitutional autonomy, specifically under the sixth schedule, can offer a sustainable governance solution. Manipur is marked by a sharp hill-valley divide. The Manipur Valley occupies roughly 10% of the geographical area, but holds a dominant share of political and administrative power. Contrast, nearly 90% of Manipur's territory consists of hill areas inhabited largely by scheduled tribes, such as the Nagas and the Bugis. Imbalance between land ownership, political authority, and institutional control lies at the heart of Manipur's recurring tensions. Constitutionally, Manipur is governed by Article 371C, which provides for a hill areas committee, the legislative assembly, and assigns a special responsibility to the governor. However, unlike several other northeast states, Manipur's hill areas were excluded from the sixth schedule. As a result, autonomy in Manipur is not constitutionally entrenched, but depends largely on statutory arrangements and executive discretion. Manipur Hill Areas District Councils Act 1971 was enacted to provide a measure of decentralized governance in hill areas. It created autonomous district councils with elected representatives responsible for local administration and development. However, despite the level of autonomy, these councils remain structurally dependent on the state government. Under the Act, district councils exercise powers over village administration, customary practices, and minor developmental works. Clearly, they do not possess independent legislative authority. All bylaws framed by the councils require approval by the governor or the state government, which significantly restrict decision-making autonomy. In practice, district councils in Manipur face several challenges. These include chronic financial dependence, delayed elections, bureaucratic interference, and overlapping jurisdiction with state government departments. As a result, the councils often function as implementing agencies rather than autonomous institutions of self-governance. This has weakened their legitimacy among hill communities. Sixth schedule is a special constitutional arrangement under Article 244 of the Constitution of India. Applies to tribal areas in Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura, and Mizoram. Its primary objective is to protect tribal identity, land rights, and customary governance through constitutionally guaranteed autonomous institutions. Like statutory district councils, six-scheduled autonomous district councils enjoy legislative powers over land, forest, village administration, inheritance, and social customs. It also possesses judicial powers through village courts and enjoy greater fiscal autonomy. Most importantly, their authority flows directly from the Constitution, not from ordinary legislation. When we compare the Manipur areas, district councils like the sixth schedule, the contrast is stark. Manipur hill areas district councils are statutory, financially dependent, and administratively controlled by the state government. Six scheduled councils, on the other hand, are constitutionally entrenched, fiscally empowered, and institutionally autonomous. This difference explains the persistent dissatisfaction with the existing framework in Manipur. The demand for six scheduled status has been raised primarily by tribal organizations in Manipur hill areas. They argue that constitutional autonomy is necessary to protect customary land tenure and indigenous governance systems. At the same time, sections of the valley population oppose this demand, fearing territorial fragmentation and political exclusion. Authors of the Sixth Schedule argue that constitutional autonomy could reduce conflict by addressing structural grievances and restoring institutional trust. However, political science literature cautions that autonomy, if implemented without consensus, may harden ethnic boundaries and intensify conflict. Therefore, autonomy must be negotiated rather than imposed. So the central argument of this paper is that six schedule is a necessary but not sufficient solution. While it can address institutional weaknesses, it cannot by itself resolve Manipur's complex political and ethnic conflicts. Constitutional design must be accompanied by political dialogue, safeguards, and capacity building. A viable path forward would involve a negotiated political dialogue followed by a phased constitutional reform. Any move towards sixth schedule implementation must include minority safeguards, territorial arrangements, and inclusive valid dialogue. Only a negotiated and inclusive approach can ensure sustainable peace. In conclusion, the Manipur Hill Areas District Council Act 1971 represents a limited model of decentralization. Sixth Schedule offers a stronger constitutional framework. It is not a magic solution. First challenge lies not in choosing autonomy or unity, but in designing autonomy within unity. Thank you.
So thank you, D.K. Thangboy, for online presentation. We'll give audience if there is any question. Any question from the audience?
I would like to request you to share one only one experience as an administrator that you find it most difficult in functioning under these tight circumstances, such as the limitation that you have mentioned in the agency.
Happened to be the CEO of Kampong District Council years back. The experience that I had gained from serving there is that council has limited powers financially as well as in legislative matters. It has no power of its own. It solely depends on the state government for financial matters, and there is no autonomy so far as legislation is concerned. They can certain issues but not legislate on any important issues.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So thank you, D.K. Thangboy, for your presentation. We'll now invite the next paper presenter. Siddiq Rahman, Assistant Professor, Department of Economics, Lilong Horabi College, Lilong. So over to Dr. M.D. Rajuddin, sir. Take your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Apology for not being able to come over there physically. I was supposed to come there physically and present this paper, but unfortunately in the last few days something unfortunate has flared up, so movement has been restricted. So honest apology for that. My paper attempts to review the overall status of Panchayati Raj institutions in Manipur. So when I speak about Panchayati Raj institutions, yes, these PRIs are sanctified and constitutionalized with an amendment, namely 73rd Constitutional Amendment in 1992, which was enforced on 24th of April 1993. Therefore, this 24th April 1993 is observed as National Panchayati Raj Day all over the country. So I'll start how Panchayati Raj institutions started in the country, including Manipur. Panchayati Raj institutions is a concept, is a tool to ensure democratic decentralization at the local level, at the grassroots level. When we say PRIs are institutionalized in 1992, we often overlook the idea that these institutions have been here for the last many centuries, many ages. So, in every society, the notion of customary-based, traditional-based governing system is always there. This is rooted in our social and cultural milieu for quite long. Likewise, even in Manipur, Panchayati Raj institutions, even though it's a modern concept in the sense of constitutionality, this has been there. The notion of administering, locality through the elders is a primary notion in every society, in every culture. So this is, in that case, not foreign concept, not a modern concept. This has been intrinsically into the society and the cultural mode of every society. Having said that, so cultural and traditionally linked governing institutions are here in the plain of Manipur as well as in the hills. Here in the valley, this was administered through traditional institutions like Lapa, and then when you go up in the hills, there are village chief, village authorities. So modern notion of governing these institutions started after Manipur got not merged with India 1949 onwards. So even before the arrival of British, say for example, let's take the case of my community, that is Pamals in Manipur. The administration of Pamal community soon after their arrival in Manipur, the early part of 16th century, was done by one concept called Pangal Shanglen. This has been written in my paper very elaborately. So this Pangal Shanglen was abolished once British came, and then they introduced one Pangal Panchayat or Muhammadan Panchayat that belonged in 1892. But the essence of administration remains the same, even though the names and the level of this institution was changed. Likewise, the administration in the hills, as the previous speaker has been speaking about autonomous district councils, though it is not out of 6th schedule kind of district council, what is there in the hills. So this local level governance is not a new concept in that sense. My paper again wants to attempt how this Panchayati Raj institutions got institutionalized in Manipur. All through these years, Manipur again is sharply divided in terms of plain and valley and hills. In the valley, as we have been discussing about, there are municipal councils, Panchayati Raj institutions. There are around some 166 Gram Panchayats. Gram Panchayats are more closer to the people, more closer to the villages. And then Jila Panchayat means, at the district level. And then this Imphal Valley again, has some, cantonment areas, notified areas, municipal councils, municipal corporation. So Imphal Valley as a whole is not under Panchayati Raj institutions. Imphal Valley is divided in terms of jurisdiction for 166 Gram Panchayats and 4 Jila Panchayats, means district panchayats, and there are 27 municipal councils, including Imphal Municipal Corporation. So, in the year 1992, PRIs got a constitutional sanction, but the journey of Panchayati Raj institutions in Manipur started soon after Manipur got merged with India in terms of that legal binding. It was in 1964, Manipur has done Panchayat election for the first time under United Province Panchayat Act 1947. That was done. This election, Panchayat elections under this act was done for around some 5 times. Till one more state act, Manipur Panchayati Raj Act 1975 was enacted, and then after Manipur Panchayati Raj Act 1975 was enacted, there was another, some 2-3 Panchayat elections done, and then Manipur Panchayati Raj Act 1994 came in tandem with the 73rd Constitutional Amendment Act 1992. Under this Manipur Panchayati Raj Act 1992, Manipur got the Panchayati Raj elections done for 5 times. The last election obviously was 2017, and after which there was no election. There are lots of hue and cry for conducting elections on time. Same is the case with autonomous district councils in the hills. Same is the case with municipal corporations and the councils in the valley. So yes, there was a noble intent and then purpose of 73rd Constitutional Amendment Act in terms of ensuring justice and then real terms of development by these institutions of Panchayati Raj institutions. Now the question is the noble intent and noble intention of Indian Constitution through 73rd Constitutional Amendment is really achieved or not is the question now. So when we go through the provisions of the Indian Constitution, we found that local governance is a state concept. And then fully functioning Panchayati Raj institutions in Manipur again depends on the mercy and pleasure of state government. State government has lots of issues in terms of parting or in terms of devolving functions, funds and functionaries to these local level institutions. So there are problems in that line. Say for example, as I told you, 2017 was the last time when Panchayati Raj election was held in Manipur. State government has been giving lots of excuses, more or less alibi that Panchayati Raj elections cannot be held on time because of pandemic, during those pandemic times. And now they are saying, the state government is saying we cannot hold election because of conflict that has got started in 2023. So due to these accusations and then excuses, elections are held in time, and then the primary intent and noble intentions of Panchayati Raj institution in terms of local level governance and then accountability, justice, socio-economic development, and in the rural areas got a void because of this not holding elections on time. So recently as 29th of August 2025.
Sir, can you come to your key findings, because time is almost up.
Oh, thank you, sir. So now my findings are the functions, funds, and then functionaries are not devolved as per the intention of the 73rd Constitutional Amendment Act, because these funds, functions, and then functionaries, the elected MLAs and then elected MPs think they are, encroaching into their powers, functions, and functionaries. So they are not easily parting these domains with the elected local level representatives. So my findings are that local level development fund for MLAs and then local level development fund for MPs are running parallelly into the functions of Panchayati Raj institutions and then Jila Parishad. So this is again doing a disservice to the intent of Panchayati Raj institutions. So my findings are the capacity building of Panchayati Raj institutions, elected representatives, Panchayat secretaries, and then officials related to Panchayats at the district level and the village level are very weak. So there has to be real-time capacity building of these bodies in order to make them aware about their rights and responsibilities. That is missing. And then there are jurisdictional controversies. Say, for example, I'll take an example of Kangkupi. So recently, maybe it was in 2024, I guess, 2024, yes, 2024. Some 4 villages, Gram Panchayat areas were transferred into Kangkupi Autonomous District Council. So there are hue and cry here in the village, in the Imphal Valley. Likewise, two general level of villages like Thailand and Jingdai, there are many villages under this general village which are with autonomous district of Kangkupi district in terms of revenue district, and then in terms of police administration they are in Imphal West and then Muktabal district. So these kind of tussle between autonomous district council and Panchayati Raj institutions also hampered the real term of governance, rural level governance, both in the hills and in the valley. So this has to be also sorted out for a meaningful development of funds, functions and functionaries. And then local area development fund of MLAs and then MPs has to be reviewed, re-examined so as to strengthen the core functions and intent of Panchayati Raj institutions. So these are some of my findings and then conclusions. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So we'll switch on to C. Thamminlan Donald. He will be presenting a paper on affirmative action and discontent, a critical reaviation policy in Manipur. Yes, you may go ahead now.
All right, a very good afternoon, everyone. My name is Thamminlan Dongyal, PhD scholar from the National Institute of Educational Planning and Administration, NEPA, New Delhi. The title of my presentation today is Affirmative Action and its Discontents, a critical examination of reservation policy in Manipur. Since I have a very less time, of 5 to 10 minutes, let me right away move ahead with my presentation. Purpose of affirmative action. In this case, the purpose of reservation in India is actually a mechanism, a constitutional mechanism that actually tries to ameliorate the disadvantaged group from the historical disadvantage that they have been suffering from. Therefore, affirmative action or reservation in that sense is a constitutional mechanism. And the purpose of this is, as I've emphasized, is to rectify the imbalance. And then also is to empower the disadvantaged group through political representation, through education, and through jobs and employment. The vision or the purpose of affirmative action is clearly evident in Dr. Ambedkar's vision, which he stated in the Parliament during the meeting of the Constituent Assembly, and allow me to read it. It states, quote, unquote, the objective of the constitutional makers was to protect the weaker and downtrodden sections of our society, those who have withstood oppression and suffering at the hands of the powerful sections of the same society. This incorporation was meant as an upheaval process for backward classes to mitigate most of the oppression faced during the casteist era. It was done by granting them equal opportunities and special reservation to ensure their participation in the legal framework of the country. My article employs Amartya Sen's capability approach view that reservation policy is not just a mere entitlement, but as stated by Amartya Sen, that it must enhance the capability of the, so to say, the targeted groups. Hence, reservation policy should not be a mere entitlement, but rather enhance the capability of the community that is targeted, allowing them the required freedom and to enable them to be the best that they can be. So in that framework, my article makes the argument. Challenges in implementation. We have seen how reservation policy as such is not a smooth ride. The implementation, there are several bottlenecks when it comes to the challenges regarding its implementation. We see how the recent Parliamentary Committee report 2025 states that many higher education institutions in the country still admits only 1% of the students, ST students in the country. So there is persistent exclusion, which is evident from the Parliamentary Committee report, despite the existence of, say, 7% of reservation for the STs in the country. Secondly, it is very politically sensitive, and we know there are a host of examples in the country. The recent one, we can talk about our nearest neighbor, that is Nagaland, also reeling under the politics of reservation when it comes to internal reservation practice within the state. And the third is the existence of what is called elite capture. This is drawn from Taiwo's theory. When he says elite capture, it means that those advantage group within a given group tries to capture what is the benefits which are meant for the disadvantaged groups. Here in the case of Manipur, we see the dominant community or the advanced community trying to also capture the reservation percentages which are meant for the so-called the disadvantaged groups. In particular, the STs and the STs in Manipur. So, in order to understand, I think the reservation, in order to understand Manipur's reservation complexity, it is important to understand Manipur's unique context. Let us first understand how, yes, there are composition and host of, say, challenges even within Manipur, but let me take an example of the Late ST demand status, how the dominant community, as Taiwo's argued, that the intention of the, say, most of the elite community sometimes is to capture those benefits which are meant for the minority community. Hence, in the name of demand for ST, the dominant community continues to invade or intrude upon the interest of the minority STs. Second is the internal disputes. Reservation per se is a very interesting, or you can call it a complex issue. Why I say this is because at the level of implementation you will see that discontentment or otherwise disputes does not only exist within communities but also amongst the communities but also within the same community. For example, what is evident in Manipur is the Lois of Sekmai and the Lois of Kapchun, which are both SC's category, also continues to fight over reservation. Whereas, the former saying that the benefits which are meant for the Lois of Sekmai is being captured by the so-called Lois of Kapchun within the SC reservation itself. That is the uniqueness of, say, reservation complexities specific to Manipur. Now, in order to understand ST reservation in the Northeast, let us have a look at the table, and you will find how ST reservation, which is somewhere around 7% at the national level, is actually not followed, or should I say, each state has a unique practice, which is allowed by the Constitution. So therefore, you have most of the states in the Northeast, which are predominated by the tribal communities, that is the scheduled tribes. They have reservation very much close to, say, most of them close to 80%. And in the case of Manipur, serial number 5, you'll see how, despite the contribution of, say, 41% to the total population, that is by the STs, we still have just 31% reservation for the STs in Manipur. This is as per the census of 2011. And why is this practice? Is because this is done to accommodate the unique challenges or composition or demographic composition that is existing in each states. Now, coming to the reservation in Manipur, let us have a look at ST reservation. Like I said, STs have 31% reservation in Manipur, in contrast to the 7% reservation that is followed at the national level. And composition of the total population contributed by the STs in Manipur is 41% as per 2011 census. And you will see very clearly, and I would like you all to focus on the percentage of the population. SC population comprises of, say, 2%, and OBC 17%, and economically, I mean, that's the reservation. The reservation meant for SC, OBC, and EWS. On the other hand, you will see, if you look at the table that contains the SC reservation, you have SC population comprising only 3.4% of the state population. And the irony is, you will not find, and until today, I am unable to find official, so to say, percentage composition of the OBC and EWS in the state of Manipur. But, like I said, the irony, or should we call it the uniqueness of Manipur, is that you still have, say,
can you come to the conclusion?
Percentage reservation existing in the state. Now, coming to, say, the main argument. Now, my article tends to argue into account 3 areas. First is the education. Or in details in this presentation, but my article will definitely present and showcase the arguments. And then you also have in this job representation. And please allow me to dwell a little more time on this, because in the medical department, secretary and police department, and education department, we have, like I said, the overall percentage which is meant for STs in Manipur is 31%. But if you look at the number of percentage actually occupied today, does not even say reach the 31% which is reserved for the STs. And most of the, say, these unreserved, so unoccupied sets that exist even today are being captured or otherwise taken by the majority.
Can you hear me? Please conclude. Let's come to the conclusion.
Yes, I will conclude definitely. And when it comes to political representation, which you will see very clearly that from this table, that the hill districts in total have 20 MLAs, whereas the valley has 40. Now look at the population contribution towards the overall population in the state. We have more than 10 lakhs of the, say, settled tribes, which entails that it should ideally have at least 27, close to 27 MLAs in the state. So these are all a reflection of what by was called as elite capture by the state. Now, moving forward, a recommendation. So therefore, as I've mentioned, that It is not just the entitlement by the Constitution of India, but this entitlement must be followed with what is called as actual freedom, actual ability to be the best that we can be, especially the scheduled tribes, which is the main focus of so-called reservation in our country. Now, in order to move forward, it is important to enforce CEI Act, Central Education Institution Act, which I was not able to discuss in details, but then this allows for, say, state-specific uniqueness being considered when it comes to reservation policy, followed in, say, recruitment of teachers, recruitment of jobs in the state, including admissions to universities and schools and higher education institutions. Then, in order to move forward, we need independent oversight. This is important because accountability is important. Without accountability, there are a host of, say, politics or corruption that continues to sideline the best benefits of reservation, which are meant for the STs. And it has to be context-sensitive approach, which is evident in most of the northeastern tribal states. Therefore, Manipur should also follow what I call it as context-sensitive approach in order to cater to the needs of all the communities inhabiting the state. And lastly, I think the demand for sixth schedule is a must, because that will allow the protection, constitutional protection of the tribals from outside, trying to invade or capture what is duly or rightfully theirs. So, with that, I'll end my presentation. Thank you very much, and thank you, sir, for giving me the time to present.
So,
that's all.
Thank you. Now we'll open questions for these two presentations: State of Panchayat Raj Institution and affirmative action, and this contains a critical examination of reservation policy in Manipur. So over to the audience. Question for Dr. M.D. Ratibedi.
Yes. I would like to ask you the law Hauredi College. He left forward.
We'll invite Dr. Thonkulu Newme, Assistant Professor, Manipur College. He is online. Dr. Thonkulu Newme, the socio-political landscape of Tamil Nadu. Over to Ahmed.
Respected Chairman, faculty members, and my fellow scholars present here. Today I'll present my paper titled Understanding Local Word Pie, the Origin, the Function, and the Power in the Socio-Political Landscape of Tamil Nadu. Here in Tamil Nadu district, it is function this local work by as a community-based customary governance institution. This study examines the origin, the structure, the function, and the authority of the local work by, as well as the role in conflict resolution within an increasingly urbanized socio-political context. While formal legal institutions exist, customary laws remains a primary mechanism through which many communities resolve dispute. The local work by represent an important example on how traditional institutions adapt and survive alongside modern administrative framework. The background and the conceptual framework. Customary laws, though largely unwritten, command strong legitimacy among indigenous community. Scholars such as Allot and Goodman argues that customary system emphasis on consensus, social harmony, and restorative justice. Unlike formal code that rely on punitive procedure, In Temelong, the local work by functioned as the first point of dispute resolution, addressing conflicts such as theft, fight, accident, drugs-related issues, and social misconduct. However, their authority is limited and serious cases are escalated to the higher level village PI or the journal PI court. The term that I use the word refers to the electoral and administrative unit created during the urban expansion, while the word PI in my Rome dialect, it is called village court. Let me brief the origin of the local word PI. This PI emerged during the process of urbanization and administrative restructuring in Temelong. Historically, governance were managed by the village court long before the introduction of the legal system. However, with the introduction of the Manipur Town and Country Planning Act 1975, villages expanded into census town and were divided into wards based on population density. As villages merged and colonies, locally known as Kunbuk, emerged, the need for decentralized governance at the ward level increased. Initially, this PI was established for development-related purpose, such as assessing government schemes and organizing community welfare. Over time, rising social issues like theft, drug use, and violence and dispute led to the expansion of its role from development to conflict management and community policing. Thus, the local ward PI evolved as an adaptive institution shaped by both tradition and modern governance needs. Let me talk about the structure of this PI system. The PI system operates at the multi-level, including the union, zonal, and village, and simultaneously local ward PI. These levels are not strictly hierarchical, but rather function according to the nature and severity of the conflict. The local ward PI operates autonomously within the designated ward and do not interfere in the affair of the other ward jurisdiction. However, when a dispute cannot be resolved at the ward level, it may be referred to the village PI or for further intervention. The function of the power of the local ward PI. The local ward address conflict primarily through mediation and negotiation. When dispute arise between individuals, the first attempt is often to resolve the matter privately. If it is not possible, the party may approach the local ward PI, which then schedule a meeting to hear the case. In situations where individuals are caught engaging in activities such as theft, drug use, or public misconduct, the community or the PI member may bring the matter directly before the local ward PI. The guiding principle of this conflict resolution is comprised reconciliation and restoring social harmony, often described by respondents as a practice of forgive and forget. Although the local ward PI does not have a formal written constitution, it functions as an organized body guided by customary norms and local agreed resolution. Membership is voluntary and office bearers are elected every 5 years based on the will of the community. The executive body typically includes positions as president, secretary, and treasurer, and the other member responsible for social, cultural, and administrative affairs. In recent years, some wards have written down and publicly display rules and regulations, especially those related to substance abuse, theft, and public behavior, indicating a gradual shift toward documenting while retaining customary authorities. And the difference between this village court and the local ward is that there are clear differences between the village PI and the local ward. Village court is that have a formal constitution and broader jurisdiction, and allowing it to handle serious disputes such as land conflict and major crimes. In contrast, the local ward PI is limited to handle minor and moderate conflicts within each ward. Despite limitation, the local ward PI remains highly significant as it serves as the most accessible and immediate forum for justice at the grassroots level. In conclusion, the local ward PI represents a resilient and adaptive customary institution that continue to play a vital role in maintaining social order in Tamil, blending traditional governance practice with modern administrative structure, providing a cost-effective, culturally relevant and community-driven mechanism for conflict resolution. Even in the absence of formal constitution, the local worldwide demonstrate the continued relevance of customary system in addressing everyday conflict in rapidly urbanizing society. Thank you.
For me, now these people understanding local work pay, origin, function and power in the socio-political landscape of Tamil is open for discussion.
Yeah, it is a good and clear presentation and brief. So I would like to know whether what you mentioned, local wide pay or what? Is it traditional administration? How it functions? How many members are there?
It is seems like a village, but especially in the town area, where all the villagers came to reside in the town, and it divided into ward system. So in this ward system, they have to have a function to represent of the ward. So it is not like compulsory that they should have word, but in order to gain schemes, they have to make a structure in such a way that it functions like a village in the urban setting in the town itself. So yes, in Tamil town itself. So usually they have ward number 1 to 10, but from 1 to 5 as become like a census town. So 5 to 6 has been withdrawn because of this withdrawal of Manipur town planning. So 5 to 6 remain as a village again. So the remaining 1 to 5 function as a locality kind of representing and function as a my focus is mostly on conflict resolution. So in administrative or government scheme, it functions more or less like a village. Yeah.
Presentation. I am Namtin Luttotang, serving in Tamanglong College. My question is not directly related with your paper, but it's out of curiosity. Since I was posted in Tamanglong, one thing that attracted my attention so much was Rengan. There's something called Rengan, and I think most of the villages. Sometimes we used to go there, like for picnic or just for sightseeing and all. And in most cases, we find that the Rengan are not properly looked after. Like most of the structures are already very old. And to me, I feel that if these Rengans are properly looked after or maintained, it can even attract tourists and a lot of things. So, does the village pay have any role in the maintenance of Rengan, or is it totally different thing?
To my village that you mentioned, the Tamanglong village, and then Drielong. Drielong Rengan, you're mentioning about Drielong Rengan, right?
Not particularly this village. Normally we used to visit that Chulong Rengan.
Okay. So I have much idea about Chulong Rengan, but when we come to Drielong Rengan, the village PI will decide a kind of committee to have an annual day for cleaning those areas, and or they might ask some voluntary funds for just to maintaining the area clean and kind of social order or decorating or something like that.
Yeah, some bit of suggestion and not really a question. I just want to make a comment.
when I listen by, I think it's a traditional institution, which broadly comes under the Weberian notions of traditional authority. Are you aware of it? Weber's work, Max Weber. So, yeah, maybe you can have a look at it. So since you are looking at it, so it falls under that. That way you can situate your study in a much more broader theoretical framework. Okay. So you also mentioned there are certain cases, conflicts which are being taken up by the PEG. So it will also be interesting if you can share some cases which they have taken up. And I am also sure that there will be a situation where some cases are also being put up to approaching the court or maybe the police stations, not necessarily always to the right, because we have evolved over a period of time, right? So if you have any such cases,
yeah,
you can tell us.
I'll mention one of the cases. This case is like a kind of gang fight between those days teenagers. They involved in intoxication and they had a gang fight and they even beat up some rifle personnel. You know, they even go to the extent of beating up some rifle, and then they even beat up some insurgency in Sinayam gatherers. You know, so it become like a kind of notorious gang member. So in some cases, in one incident, they beat up one of the member of particular ward member. So this ward member, they form a kind of committee to search those gang members personally, kind of, and to take kind of actions against them. So they came, they searched for the individuals and they came to know and they bring to the local PI itself, and they ask to customary practice like you have to pay fine according to the amount of act that they have done. So I think if they themselves say that if we put a fire, you know, it will take a long time. Those days there is no district court. No, if it is so severe one, they have to go down to Imphal for any relevant cases. You know, so all those practices has been. I think so far during my data collection there are around 40 cases. I think only 3 are not really accepted in the court itself. They went too further to journal court. You know, so I think. The only thing that they didn't accept is sexual harassment case, like kind of adultery or body shaming towards women. I think this 2 case is the only case which doesn't resolve in this case.